Oh. Well, we weren't talking in the microphone. We've been talking into the camera mic. Where the heck's the mic at? We don't. We're supposed to be talking. Wait a minute. We're not. We don't have the wireless mic that goes with this thing. We're talking into the freaking camera mic. We don't have it. It's not here. Where the hell's Guy with it? No kitty. No shit. Where the hell did Guy go with the microphone? He's out trolling.
We got cold there.
Hey guys. You're not live streaming it?
What was that?
You're not live streaming the race?
We are.
You have garden now. It's garden.
It's garden. It'll be on YouTube.
YouTube?
Yeah. It's not on the Waterfest website.
Well, no, it says go to Wayne Races.
Oh, okay.
think what wasn't like it was last year. It was like 85, 88, remember for that weekend?
Depends on where
Why
I am.
did I ask? No, you stay there. If you're back there at the TV scaffolding, that's fine. I thought you were going to be... Okay, I'll be right on my way. Thanks, dear. Hey, Sherry! It's so good to meet you. Ken said you were a striking brunette. He was right. When you sing, we're going to put you out there. And then that's going to be the backdrop. And then you're going to be looking at the camera there. Or anywhere else you want to be.
I got her! You got the microphone! You need to test it!
She is Englewood. She's the Englewood Beach babe.
Yes, she is. Now we need to test the mic. Can you get on
It's
the
on.
radio with Matt?
All right, here.
We need to say some test.
Test 1, 2, check.
Hey, Ned. Testing.
Where would be the record mode?
It's the red button on the right.
Red button on the So we want to hit that when we
Sneezing.
start, right? We're going to hit the record mode before we start.
Well, this should be locked into your microphone. You have it on input 2, input 2?
Yes.
All right.
They not hear you?
I don't know. I can't raise them on the horn. Might as well go on there. You look fabulous with the white.
I tried, although I thought it was going to be a little bit cooler than this.
Where do you want us, over there? All right, testing. Guys there? Hello? So you do chiropractic work?
Yeah, my husband's a chiropractor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Is he good?
yeah. He's the best in town, but I'm biased.
Testing.
Yeah, he's the best in town, but I'm biased. Check 1 2. Testing 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check testing. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Test. Check 1 2 1 2. 1 2. Mic check. Okay.
Okay.
Do you want me somewhere else? Better? Check 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. Test 1 2. Give me a thumbs up when we're good to go. Check 1 2. Testing 1 2. Mic check. Test 1 2 1 1 2. Testing 1 2 1.
When the time comes. Okay, do they know that sheet, man?
We have both days, we just don't have confirmation on some of them. It's on the magazine, not on the names. Some of the guys. Well, he would have signed up, but I know the picture I showed you, the legs sticking to the bottom of there.
guys how to, I know it looks a little bit tricky now because I'm in OBS, but how to see your stream key in Twitch or YouTube, and I'm doing a little update video for 2016 because I know there's been a little confusion on this for some people, and I just wanted to share this real quick. I found out the YouTube thing and Twitch thing a while ago, and then just scroll all the way down to go to Creator Studio, go to live streaming, and then just scroll all the way down to stream key, and then you can press reveal.
play the Open, beauty shot, come to you guys, talk a little bit, and then we're going to go down to the national anthem.
Okay.
Yes.
Am I going to hear anything? What we're going to talk about? Mic check, mic check. I feed back to myself a little bit, but I'll live. Check, 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 check. Hello, testing. 1, 2, Englewood Beach. Testing, testing. Check, check, check. I feel like we're on a chain gang, Brendan. We're tied together here.
Everything possible. But if you've already declared bankruptcy and have missed this...
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing. Hello.
Now, here it is. Right now, the company has resolved...
Are you ready? Are you ready for some 200-mile-an-hour action? Are you ready? Can't wait to get this done. I'm ready.
Good times are coming your way. Let the games begin.
Say pronto. Are you ready for some big speed? You ready?
The OPA racing! Let's go have some fun.
Bring it on.
Get me riled up. We'll be good to go. All units stand by for a first start. Green flag, green flag.
And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Gold Coast, Englewood Beach, Florida. It's the side of the 2016 Waterfest alongside Shane Sherman. I'm Brendan Matthews. And folks, welcome to the Cricket Wireless 2016 Waterfest and the OPA National and World's Championships that will be going on over the next couple of days. So delighted to be with you on a gorgeous, sun-soaked mid-November afternoon, Shane Sherman, and we've got tremendous weather and hopefully a lot of tremendous races going on today and tomorrow.
Absolutely. Hard to believe we're a week out from Thanksgiving with the weather we've got here in Englewood. It's well, it just postcard. The little light breeze blowing onshore, a lot of beachgoers out soaking up the sun. The water conditions are perfect for some racing. We've got just a little bit of chop on the water. I would call it flat conditions. One race in the books already this morning. Couple casualties to mechanical breakdown, but all safe racing, and looks like we're off to a bigger and better race on our second year here in Englewood for the World Finals. The spectator fleet, as we were discussing earlier, Brendan, at least double, if not triple in size from last year. So that tells me during the off months, the community of Englewood has really gotten behind promoting and supporting this event because they're all out here now viewing it. So it's a great thing to see the local community getting behind the event as we watch our next race make their way out into the milling area down here. just a great weekend on tap of racing here in Englewood. So if you're within earshot, you're close enough to get here, and it's just fun, fast, exciting racing. We had a real tight pack of racing this morning in Super V. I believe the unofficial results, as I see in the U-Gun Learn boat in their class, looks like they led wire to wire. So if you're out and about, make your way out to Englewood and get out here and watch these World Finals.
It is time for us to honor America right now as we sing our national anthem. It is brought to you by Jerry's Tire and Auto, located on South Indiana Avenue, supporting Englewood and always there to fix your auto. Our national anthem today is sung by Sherry Frink. Sherry?
Hey guys, and welcome to the Englewood Beach Waterfest 2016 OPA National Championship. Please rise, remove your cap for the national anthem. Sherry Fink.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's first gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that a flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
And a tremendous rendition of our national anthem by Sherry Frink. And again, it's brought to you by Jerry's Tire and Auto. And that kicks us off for an incredible 2 days, folks, here from 12 to 3 this afternoon, 12 to 3 tomorrow afternoon. So many great television partners helping us bring you this event. And again, to reiterate, actually, before we do that, we might have some results from our races that just completed. Shane, you referenced it a second ago. We did have, call it a dark match, if you will, before the lights come on and the television cameras roll with 3 classes. And let us know who the winners are.
Yeah, we've seen Super V, which is a small single-engine canopied V-bottom, and we've seen the P1 class, the Super Stocks, which are a spec class boat with a single-engine outboard. And then we've seen the Class 6 boats out there. So 3 different classes of racing in our first heat here today in Englewood. And the boatfloater.com boat got out to an impressive start, and if I'm not mistaken, led wire to wire in that Super V category. And we'll wait for official results. But as we're seeing right now, it looks like boatfloater.com ended up with the first place finish, and I believe Typhoon was in second place in that race. In Class 6, the U-Gun Learn boat, I believe, led wire to wire as well. And it was interesting to watch as that race developed and went on. The Class 6 boats are similar to a lot of the other boats that we have here. You hear as reference Class 4, 5, 6, 3, etc. Those boats are bracketed to a top speed limitation, so they cannot break out per se of that top speed. So in your spec class, the race is won and lost in the turns, because it's safe to say all the boats are capable of running in excess of their maximum speed. Right. So the U-Gun Learn guys, hats off to them. They ran smooth, flawless turns on both ends of the course. The boat never bobbled, bounced, nothing. It did everything it was supposed to do. So hats off to those guys. And in the P1, the Super Stock class, the Von Vape boat, the 361 boat, was your first place finisher according to the reports we have here. And just would like to say we had some unfortunate situation this morning at race control. They had a computer crash. Our information is coming into us in bits and pieces. Right. So if we get any names or boats wrong, I apologize in advance. They are working effortlessly right now to just tirelessly scrambling over there to get that all straightened out for us. But so if we miss anybody or anything, apologies in advance. But as of right now, your first heat of the day, boatfloater.com in first in Super V. You're going to learn first in Class 6, and Von Vape first in the P1 Superstocks.
And as I was saying a couple of seconds ago, Shane, I want to reiterate that these are the national championships this afternoon. Tomorrow, the World Championships. The Nationals got postponed a little more than a month ago after the hurricane came through and threatened the
race up in the Northeast in I believe it was Ocean City, Hurricane Matthew that we're speaking of. And I believe we had a situation similar to that here last year, if I'm not mistaken. We had some postponement from earlier in the year that pushed the national finals to our Saturday day of racing here in Englewood. So there are kind of two races going on today. OPA wrapping up their national points racing Saturday, and then also accumulating points for Sunday as they go into their World Finals, which will wrap up on Sunday. So a lot of stuff going on here, and attrition is always a big thing in offshore racing. And speaking of attrition, I know the Geico boat was one of the fan favorites due to be here. It will not be here due to attrition. They suffered some damage in Key West last week that they just didn't have time to get repaired before Englewood. They were talking to Mark and Scotty. The boat basically it launched and kind of came down real hard on its port side, and a lot of damage to the boat itself. Both the driver and throttleman okay, so that's the important part. The boat can be fixed, but unfortunately not fixed quick enough to get here to Englewood.
I know we hope to catch up with Scott Begovich of the Miss Geico team a little later on in our broadcast as they'll explain sort of what did go down last week in Key West. This hour of the 2016 Waterfest from Englewood, Florida is presented to you by Sears, your locally owned hometown store in Englewood. And with that, we will step aside our first break in hour number 1. The 2016 Waterfest returns after these messages. working live outside Englewood, Florida in the 2016 Cricket Wireless Waterfest. Brendan Matthews, Shane Sherman with you. And we are with you for 3 hours this afternoon and tomorrow as well, as we've got some incredible racing action for you. One race is already in the books, as we told you last segment. We've still got 3 more to go today. And, of course, the hope is, provided everything is smooth, and we certainly hope safety on all those very important precautions, that we hit those and we're good to go, that we'll have the big boat, Shane, up and running sometime in that 2 o'clock Eastern hour.
Yeah, and the safety, the safety assets that we have in place right now did a great job on our first heat of the day, and that's what we can hope for throughout the whole day is a smooth, transition in between our classes, in between some of the things that happen, just so you folks at home know what's going on. The helicopters have to fly over and refuel. They, of course, have our medical and safety assets up and above the race course in the event of an accident. Sometimes we exchange out the personnel in the boats just to give them a break throughout the day. And so that's a little bit of what goes on behind the scenes that you don't ever get to see, on our broadcast or from the beach, as you're wondering what the downtime is about. And then we do have a little bit of a longer idle here in Englewood from the ramp or the crane area to the pits, to the milling area. And the racers have done an excellent job as we see them down there in the milling area right now. As we talked earlier, little technical difficulties this morning at race control with basically just the registration of getting all the boats and the drivers and names basically recorded. They had it all in a computer crash. So they're scrambling to get that all back up and going.
And coming up in our next race, our first broadcast race of the day, we've got Class 4. We've got Class number 5. And I think maybe we've got Class number 7 as well. So 3 classes, Shane, and you talk about that breakout speed. That's going to be important and something that we'll certainly want to reference a lot throughout the course of the day, because that's an important aspect. As you mentioned, these are boats that can exceed those breakout speeds by quite a bit, but that's what makes a lot of the skill that goes into these races and these drivers, and what makes them so good is being able to stay under that breakout speed, just barely enough to be able to hit those turns and get that checkered flag.
Absolutely, and the hardest part about the class is if you're running in second place and you're right there on that edge, and the first place guy in your class is 3-4 boat lengths out in front of you, you want to push the throttle a little further. You want to catch him because that's just the nature of a racer, but you're capped by that top speed, so you can't. So it becomes a mind race as much as it does a physical push the throttles down and let's get there first race. Because when you break out, you get a time penalty, and if you're only talking 2 or 3 boat lengths, you're down to a couple seconds. So you cannot afford to have a penalty to put you back, 30 seconds or something in the race, because it just takes you from first to last, in the blink of an eye. And us here in the broadcast booth and the spectators on the beach, we don't know any of those infractions until afterwards. The boats all have an onboard GPS system that monitors that top-end speed. So until the race is over and they pull that GPS system, the OPA officials pull that out, we don't know if any infractions have occurred or not.
All right, let's let everybody in here and officially welcome them to this 2016 Waterfest.
Thanks, Brendan. We're down here on the beach, not the pits this time. We get a chance to check out all of what you can be involved in today and the rest of this weekend. If you want to get out here and enjoy it, take a look, folks. There is plenty of space as we start the day for you to get out here and join all the friends. There's already boats there on the water, getting out there and doing a little testing before the racing actually starts here in just a few moments. So we want you to come on out and join us. We're off of Beach Road. If you're going to come on down to Englewood area, try to take one of the shuttles. They have several parking areas all available, and then you can get down here and join all the festivities that are happening on the beach, all the events. There's some concerts and stuff that are going to go on behind us as well. So come on out and join us. It's going to be a lot of fun. If you haven't made your way out already, just know if you're on your way now, there's probably a lot of traffic. So Be patient. Take your time. We'll be checking in all day long here from the pits, from the beach, talking to the people and having a great time. But right now, we're going to send it back to you, Brendan, in the studio. I'm John Roger reporting live for the 2016 Englewood Beach Waterfest.
All right, John, thank you very much. And we are coming to you live from the BK Toolboxes and Accessories broadcast booth for all your needs with sales and installation located in Englewood. That's BK Toolboxes and Accessories. Brendan Matthews, Shane Sherman with you as we look out on just a gorgeous afternoon, and we expect the weather to continue to improve as we go throughout the day. Temperatures are going to be in the 70s. We'll update you on that weather forecast coming up a little bit later. But Shane, as we look to our left and generally to the south, here comes our next fleet of boats and our next race.
Yep, you're going to see, what as you're listening and watching out there, you're going to see a parade lap as you see all the boats make their way down the beach. They will make a full circuit of the course. They will come back down here to the south end of the course, into the milling area, and then you will get an official start. So what you're seeing right now is a parade lap. It does a few things. One, it lets all the spectators, of course, see all the boats. Two, our safety assets that are in the pace boats that you see out there are doing one last visual inspection for any debris, any marine life on the course. But wow, what a fleet of boats we have here, Brendan, as they make their way by various different classes. Class 4, I'm seeing some Class 4 boats come up now. Here come our Class 5 boats. Repeat offender, Good News travels fast, coming by so quickly and grouped up I can't make them all out. A lot bigger fleet than what we had last year in these two classes for sure. So
I believe, Shane, we've got 15 boats in Class 5.
That's amazing.
That is just
That's
a
great.
stacked class.
Yeah.
Let's go through how this race will begin. The first class to go off is class number 4, and Shane in this class is a defending national champion. 441 is their number. It is the Saris Racing Team, defending national champion in class 4. Shane, and the boat that all eyes will be on.
Yeah, John and Jason Saris in that boat. You know, when you're the defending champ, you know the target's on your back. Everybody's shooting for you. So, and not only is everybody shooting for you, but you know, you don't want to go home not the champion again. You're a reigning champion, and that's how you want to go home again from here. So, you know, you can rest assured that these guys have brought their 100% A game to Englewood Beach this weekend to be a back-to-back world champion.
In the Class 5, as I mentioned, loaded class, about 15 boats from what we understand, is the 30-foot super boat, the Reinforcer Team, a defending national champion, Shane, and again, the target on their back.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I'm still just staggering at the 15 boat count. To my knowledge, I don't think there's been a race all season long in any sanctioning body of offshore racing that has had 15 boats of the same respective class anywhere in all of the racing that we have here in the United States. So, you know, hats off to the Class 5 guys for putting together just an incredible effort to come out here and showcase in Englewood Beach.
Class 7 with 5 boats, and the Hangin' and Bangin', defending national champion in their 21-foot red line, will be the boat to catch and the boat to beat as the parade lap continues to commence here. As
you're watching from the beach and on TV, for those unfamiliar with the sport, the Class 7 boats, very easy to identify out there. They have an outboard engine on them. The big outboard hanging on the back of the boat, Hangin' and Bangin', one of the easiest boats to recognize. It is lime, loud green. You cannot miss it. And if you're in the pit area, the boat is gorgeous. I mean, the detail work, these guys, you know, don't discredit it because it's a small boat. They have an attention to detail on that boat equal to the Geicos and the Envy boats, and you know, they really do a great job in that class. And the Bay Rat, she's going to come out here and run hard, absolutely, like she does every single time. So I look for a real close race between the little squirt guys out of Lake of the Ozarks, the Zaleckis, and Bay Rat and Hangin' and Bangin'. I think the three of them boats could, you know, all finish within a few seconds of each other, and I look for some real tight racing out of those boats.
Shane, tell us about the challenges of having a crowded field like this. You mentioned maybe the largest fleet in any offshore boat this season right here, right now.
Sure. Unlike some other race venues, we're not dealing with real rough water here at Englewood right now, so they can take that variable out of the picture. But we've got 15 boats to contend with. All 15 of those boats are going for the exact same spot coming into turn 1. They all want to be on the inside line in that same spot. So what they're forced to deal with is, obviously, only one of them is going to get there first. And everybody else is going to have to pick and choose. Do I go, a little hotter into the turn and run wide and carry my speed? Do I slow down a little bit and dive underneath the boat in hopes that he'll run wide? So what they're dealing with is a lot of things. One, just flat out real estate. Where can they stick the nose of their boat in and get through that turn without a collision or a spin out? 2, the waves of the other boats. That's going to be a big factor with 15 of those guys diving into the turn. If you're not the first guy, you've got to contend with all the waves of all the other boats that are in front of you. That's going to be an issue getting through those turns. And then, of course, the other thing they have to contend with is, anybody that may have an incident. As we seen last week in the racing in Key West, the WHM boat fell victim to another boat that had spun out and flipped over. WHM had a beautiful line going through the turn, everything going just right. Other boat, within a matter of a split second, ended up upside down in front of them. They had nowhere to go. They went up and over the boat. Of course, all 4 operators of both boats okay. But with 15 boats coming into the turn, that's going to be the big thing there. And even furthermore, hopefully we don't see this, these are all open cockpit boats. So as we've seen in some of the videos and stuff you'll see around the racing community, when an open cockpit boat spins out, most of the time the drivers will stay in. Some of the time they'll be ejected out. So if you're running second or third in a 15-boat fleet and you've got a dozen boats behind you and you get thrown out of the boat, first thing you're worried about is, please don't run over me. So that's going to be all the big 15 boats. I can't remember the last time I seen 15 boats in one class go into turn 1 at once.
It's going to be great. So here's the deal. Class 4, they're off first officially, and they will be running 9 laps. Class 5 off second. They will be running 7 laps. Class 7, they are off last officially, and they will be running 5 laps on this course. And Shane, the rundown of this course, you mentioned not very rough waters right here on the edge of the coast, the offshore racing. This is really, it's what it's made for, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to see a little bit of bouncing and flying in the turns as they they'll have a following C in the south turn, they'll have a head-on C in the north turn as they make their ways around. As they're running parallel with the beach, they're going to be running in a beam C, and as I'm looking out here right now, maybe a half a foot of wind chop, just really nothing at all. The smaller boats, the outboard boats, they're going to bounce around a little bit, and they're going to catch a little bit of air. But from there on up, most of the boats will have no issues with these sea conditions at all. Their main concern is going to be other boat waves as they make their way down, because what they're trying to do is keep the boat tilted back, keep it up on its stern for maximum speed, and every time you get into some cross waves, you'll start to see a chine walking situation. That scrubs off some speed, and you scrub off a half a second 2 or 3 times a lap. Before you know it, after 5 or 6 laps, you're 8, 9, 10 seconds behind, which is generally about half a dozen boat lengths. So
this hour of the 2016 Waterfest is presented to you by Sears, your locally owned hometown store in Englewood. We step aside, come back with race number 2 next. It's the 2016 Waterfest from Englewood, Florida. Our broadcast is presented to you by Cricket Wireless of Englewood, with plans starting at $30, giving you something to smile about. And folks, we are underway in our second race of the day, and if you're trying to find our broadcast streamed live, we are streaming it live on the WENG Radio Facebook page. We are streaming it live on the KRMS Radio Facebook page, and we are streaming it live on the Englewood Waterfest Facebook page. The actual websites, the stream is down, so you have to go to our Facebook page to be able to find the broadcast with video streamed live, and Class 5 is underway.
Wow, what a spectacle, Brendan. I mean, look, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. My rough count there was 12 boats made the stripe for the green flag. And what I've just noticed, just real quickly, we've only seen 4 starts already this morning. The start guys are doing an excellent job. So for those of you unfamiliar with offshore racing, what you're seeing here is the boat to the inside, a green flag again right in front of our broadcast booth for the Class 7 boats, and here comes a little squirt up on the outside. He got a great start. He had a full head of steam going when the green flag dropped. So, but what you're looking for, or I'm sorry, what they're looking for is all the boats to be evenly lined up before they give that green flag. I noticed in the first race of the day, he ran them all the way down to the beach, almost past the start-finish line before he gave him a green flag. The next race of the morning, he gave him a green flag within about 100 yards coming out of the milling circle as soon as they got up on plane. And we've seen that same thing. Both of these races started about at our broadcast booth, but the start boat guys out there are doing an excellent job of getting parity and a uniform line as best they can before they're giving these guys the green flag. So they're not letting any slingshotting or any playing possum go on here on this first day of racing at Englewood.
And in Class 4 off first, they are about maybe a little more than halfway around the course with their first lap. And again, Class 4, they're running 9 laps, and we'll keep you up to date. And in Class 4, as we told you,
and we've got a breakaway on the back stretch here. It looks like the Saris racing boat. Don't hold me on that till they get in a little closer to my site here, but yes, it is. It's the Saris racing boat out to a commanding lead right now. Be real interesting to see some footage later on of what happened down there in turn 1, as we were talking about earlier, Brendan. The turns in these classes, that's where it's won and lost at, especially when we have a smooth water condition, because if you can get through that turn and maintain your speed to keep your overall average speed up high, by the end of 5 or 6 laps, all of a sudden you have a 7 or 8 second lead, which is generally about 9 or 10 boat lengths. But as you can see here, Saris has opened up at least a 500-yard gap on the 2 second-place boats that are fighting for position as they come out of the turn here. The Velocity 30-foot Velocity outboard-powered boat, and it appears to be a Phantom on the inside, the 411 boat. They are just neck and neck as they came through the turn.
That's the Perdition boat.
Yes, Perdition, exactly. As they make their way down the front stretch, you could throw a net over the top of those two guys. They are side by side.
So 1 lap in the books for Class 4 as we turn our attention to Class 5 now. And Class 7 as well. Class 7 starting to mix in with the Class 5 boats, Shane.
Yeah, as they're making their way down here into turn 3, watch all the dynamics that happen in this turn right here, because we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 boats all within a boat length of each other coming into that turn right now. 2 of them side by side. Whoa, a little spin out there from... it looks like the orange boat. They're in the sun. I can't see. It looks like Repeat Offender. He got it back under control. He did not miss a turn marker. Wow, we got guys coming off plane, slowing down. What a congestion at that turn. It looks like Repeat Offender. He did spin out a little bit between turn 3 and 4. He recovered. He made it around both buoys. And it appears right now that he is running in first, with Roughster running in second. And neck and neck with a 30-foot superboat. I can't make out the name on it. Black hull boat running down the beach here with Roughster. So those are your first, second, and third boats. All the boats in that class, all 12 of them, still within about a 3 to 4 second gap of one another as we watch our Class 7 boats make their way back up the backstretch. As we talked about earlier, my prediction, Hanging and Banging and Bay Rat are within a half a boat length of each other. Bay Rat is putting a little bit of distance on him as they come to the end of the straightaway. So a couple things that I'm going to predict there. Hanging and Banging may have went with a little bit of a shorter prop. So they're getting out of the turn a little harder and pulling out of the turn. Bay Rat a little taller prop, so as he gets towards the end of his straightaway and realizes a little more top speed, he's able to pull up on him. Bay Rat does have the inside coming into the turn, and they are neck and neck. I can't even tell who's in front right now. Bay Rat's definitely going to come out in front after they come around turn 4 with that inside line. Yep, definitely for sure. Bay Rat in first, Hanging and Banging in second. Cannot make out third and fourth right now. As I see the Zleckies come through, everybody in Class 7 made it through nice and clean. So all of those boats right now running within about a 5-second gap between, so I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them in Class 7. All of them run within about 5 seconds. Any little bobble by anybody will completely invert the running order of this field within a matter of a couple seconds.
No question, that's going to be a very tight race to watch as they wrap up their first lap or head towards the start finish. They run 5 laps, and by the way, the Bay Rat is currently running second in the national standings behind the national champion, the Hanging and Banging boat, boat 755.
Wow, we watched Saris Racing come around, who has a demanding lead right now, but man, they went way wide. Not sure why they did that, but and the other boats following suit. It doesn't appear that the course marker has moved at all, but all of these boats here in Class 4 really coming wide as they come out of turn 4. Be interested to talk to some of the guys later and see why they chose that line. I mean, they're way off. They're a couple hundred yards off of the pin, and they're all taking that exact same line with Saris out to, I'd say, at least a 400 or 500 yard lead, probably a good 6 to 7 seconds. On the second place finisher,
Perdition,
and then about the same distance back again to the Velocity outboard boat, and then again the same distance back to the I believe it's the American Outlaw boat, the Aerotech Stars and Stripes boat out there. Those boats have stretched out pretty evenly, and almost a full straightaways distance between first and last place right now in Class 4. As we watch. What do we got here? I guess it's going to be our class. Is it Class 6 coming back in with repeat offender? Is that who we have?
This is Class 5.
Class 5. So the Bat Boat, I believe, is our leader in Class 5 right now. The Reindel Bat Boat. Whoa! As he grabbed a chine coming around there and took a hard right-hand turn that he was not expecting, and that opened up the door for repeat offender, who pulled up alongside of him with that little bobble. So now they are within about a 2 boat length battle for first place going on here in Class 4. No, Class 5. I'm sorry, Class 5. With the Bat Boat out front and repeat offender in second, Roughster in third. Looks like Enforcer in fourth, and the 507 boat taking over the position for fifth. And we've got Cisco coming up, Pump It, Team Boxer Racing, and well, they're just also grouped together. I can't make all of them out in there.
And that's lap number 2. 2 of 7 for Class 5 now in the books with that Reindel boat. 502 on your scorecard is currently out in front.
Running a great race. The boat has a perfect attitude. With that little bobble they just had coming out of turn 4 there, that cost them a little bit, and repeat offender did make up some ground on them there. But as they made their way up the back stretch and then back down the front stretch here, the boat's running in perfect attitude. So those guys got to be real happy in that Reindel boat.
And currently running second in the national points standings. And again, today, the national championships. It's part of the world championships that conclude here tomorrow as our coverage will continue. We are currently in our number 1, which is presented to you by Sears. We're going to get a look at the Class 7 boats coming back around here, Shane.
It's like Saris Racing in Class 4, I believe. Is that correct?
Starting to lap
starting to lap some of the Class 7 boats, and more of your Class 4 boats making their way. The Perdition boat making his way through the Class 7 field right now, and everybody good, clean racing. Looks like Bay Rat's out in front by about 5 or 6 boat lengths over Hanging and Banging. That sounds like a lot as we describe it to you on the radio. There is less than probably 2 seconds between those two boats. Any little bobble from Bay Rat's going to cost them. Whoa, Hanging and Banging got in the waves of perdition as they made their way into that turn and got a little upset from his attitude. Recovered nicely, did a beautiful turn coming out of turn 4, and got the boat trimmed back out again and dialed in and chasing down Bay Rat as we watch Saris Racing still out to their commanding lead in Class 4 with Perdition, the 411 boat, coming up in second place. Looks like no really major changes there in distance between first and second place. And again, it looks like maybe your third place boat, the Velocity boat, has fallen back a little bit versus last lap. Our Class 7 boats look to be separated out, identical to the previous lap. So we got Bay Rat, Hanging and Banging, the Zaleckis and Little Squirt, and I cannot make out the all-white boat. I don't believe it has a name on the side of it. And we've got one other boat up there challenging, moving up into third place, making a pretty good challenge up into third place. He's putting in some distance on the first and second place boats for sure. So it'll be interesting to see how that pans out as the race goes on, possibly a prop situation. I'm seeing the wind kick up a little bit as the race goes on, so they are dealing with some more waves. And we're starting to see some light white caps on top of this onshore breeze here in Englewood. So, not quite as smooth as it was for the first couple laps of racing. That's going to be something they're going to have to deal with. The traffic that we discussed earlier, not as big of an issue right now as the boats get spread out. But look at this coming into turn 4. Repeat Offender and the Rindell boat in each other's spray. I mean, what a race these two guys got going on right here. They are really putting on a great show as they make their ways through the turn. And Rindell...
The 2016 Waterfest, Englewood Beach, Florida. Brendan Matthews and Shane Sherman with you in the BK Toolboxes and Accessories broadcast booth. Shane-O in Class 4. It's a runaway right now for Saris Racing, but we've got battles in both Class 5 and Class 7.
Absolutely, absolutely. The Saris Racing team, there's the commanding lead right now. Excellent performance. The boat's running flawlessly. We've got a lot of their crew right down here in front of us on the beach watching, but we just seen a lead change in Class 5. Repeat Offender somehow got that inside line away from the Rindell boat at the far end of the course. We weren't able to see it, but as they made their way up to our end of the track here on turn 3, Repeat Offender was on the inside coming in. They were neck and neck coming up the back stretch. Repeat Offender laid that boat into the turn beautifully, covered the Rindell boat in spray. I mean, covered it. You could not even see that green boat in all the spray. And as they made their way out of turn 4, it was Repeat Offender by about a boat length and a half. And without any mistakes or breakdowns, I'd say that's probably how they're going to finish, because they have really opened up quickly once they got around that boat. Once they didn't have to fight for that line anymore, they have really opened up. As we see Saris Racing, number 441 class leader, running a beautiful race, passing by in front of our broadcast booth now. And I'd say he's got a good, he's probably got a good, at least a quarter-mile lead over second place Perdition boat, the 411 boat, and they both have probably at least a half-mile, if not a mile, lead over the third place outboard-powered Velocity boat. Nick's Marine, I believe it is. I can't quite make out a name on the side of that one.
And Shane, that's now 5 laps in the books of the 9 required laps in class number 4, and we'll see if Saris can maintain that lead on Perdition. But we continue to watch class 5 and class 7, where really it could be anybody's race of the top 2 in each of these classes.
Absolutely, and as you can hear, I'm sure on your televisions and your radios at home, the wind is picking up here. You can hear it in our microphones. I can hear the feedback in our things. So as I'm watching the boats make their ways through 1 and 2, we're at the other end of the course, but we can see the spray is not uniform going through, so that tells me they're hopping and jumping a little bit as they're making their way into that head sea through turns 1 and 2 before they get on the back stretch. And so the setup on the boats is going to really come into play here. We may see some of our boats that weren't quite up front make a little move towards the front, and some of our front runners may fall off if they're set up for an ultimate top-end flat water race, because it is kicking up here a little bit. I'd say we have at least 1 foot wind chop. Really no swell or nothing to contend with, but we've got a good 1 foot wind chop with some light white caps on top of it right now, blowing onshore. So as we see the boats make their way up the back stretch, repeat offender just went by the class 7 first and second place boats. Oh no, Bayrat has gone down, hanging and banging, took over first place in class 7.
Wow.
Right there in front of us. Bayrat just completely stopped. Something just literally just stopped. It just shut off.
Very, very near turn number 3, and that opens the door wide now in class number 7.
Absolutely.
For the defending national champion, Hanging and Banging.
Yep, so you've got Hanging and Banging out to a not a commanding lead, but a pretty good lead now over his second position boat. We'll make out who that is as they make their way down the front stretch here in front of us. All tied up in some traffic with the class 5 boats. That poor little class 7 boat is surrounded by 3 class 5 guys, and he is buried inside of the wakes and the spray. So, whoa, look at all the smoke on the water out there from, we lost the Rindell boat. Class 5, look at all the blue smoke on the water out here. The hatches are open, the boat's fine. Looks like some oil smoke, looks like maybe they smoked an engine, overheated or locked up an engine or something, but a lot of blue smoke on the water from the Rindell Class 5 boat, so he's out of contention. Bayrat's out of contention, almost in the same exact spot.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, right before turn number 3, we lose 2 boats that were running either first or second in their respective
classes. Exactly.
And suddenly that opens the door for maybe a much more definitive finish.
Absolutely. So as we see Saris Racing Class 4 boat making their way around, again, flawless performance by these guys from the second the green flag went down. They have ran a perfect race. You know, can't ask for anything better than what you're seeing them do out there right now. Perdition is second place, where they've been since the drop of the green flag, not losing any ground, not really making up any ground. So whatever happened in turn 1 and 2 in Class 4 has decided the current running position and most likely the outcome of this race. So, you know, everybody says it's not won or lost in the first turn, but when you're dealing with the bracket class racing and you can't over muscle or use your extra horsepower to get up front, it's so crucial to get through the first set of turns clean and try to get yourself a 2 or 3 boat lead, and then just maintain. One of a former offshore racer and still an icon of the sport, Jerry Gilbreth, used to have a statement: get out in front and then improve on your position.
Exactly. It's a battle. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And for a lot of these boats still hanging in,
as we see our medical asset over in the helicopter over above the Rindell boat, just checking on those guys. Looks like one of the guys is out back and just got the engine hatch up on the boat, taking a look to see what they maybe have broken inside of there. But with all that blue smoke in there, you know, definitely something that's going to take them out of contention for the rest of today, and hopefully something they get fixed this evening and back in competition for tomorrow.
Wind kind of blowing, can smell it a little bit here from our broadcast position.
keep an eye on this. I can't make out the name on the Stars and Stripes boat. I know it's an Aerotech. It used to be called American Outlaw. The last time through turns 3 and 4, he hooked the boat a little bit right in between the turns and did a little squiggle and spin. Was able to recover and still catch both pins. Didn't have to circle back or nothing. But I don't know if he got caught up in some waves or what. And he took it a lot easier coming through 3 and 4 right now. So I don't know if he's having an issue with the steering in the boat right now, or just happened to catch an odd wave and stick the nose around a little harder than he was expecting. But the American Outlaw boat now coming down the front stretch right now. Looks like he is running Class 4, so I'm not sure his running position right now, Brendan. But as we're watching Class 5 come back in, what a lead that Repeat Offender has opened up in Class 5 right now over Enforcer and Roughster. Enforcer and Roughster are still running pretty tight. They're in each other's rooster tail, so real tight competition there. But Repeat Offender has gotten out in front and able to choose his line right now, and he's really stretching it out on the second place boats in Class 5. So nice job for the Repeat Offender boat there. As we watch, whoa, Enforcer way wide, little bit of an overshot on turn 4, and gave up a little ground to Roughster as they make their way down the front stretch here.
We'll step aside again. It's the 2016 Englewood Beach Waterfest OPA National Championships. Back after this. Freddie Matthews and Shane Sherman with you live. The broadcast is presented to you by Cricket Wireless. As we begin to wrap up.
As we see Class 5 come in here to turns 3 and 4, I do not see Repeat Offender, and I see Enforcer taking over Roughster. I don't know if these guys all ran an extra lap. It looks like I see the orange boat down there near start finish. Can't tell if they've had a problem or if they've just pulled in thinking their race is over, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6 of the Class 5 boats still running, so from
This
our
might
vantage
be
point
it,
right
though.
now,
This might be the last lap right here.
and I hope Repeat Offender did not pull in early, because if they did, they lost that commanding lead as we see Enforcer, Roughster, and Cisco all within, Cisco just about to overtake Roughster coming down the front stretch, and boy, they are side by side. There can't be 10 feet in between those two boats as they make their way down to start-finish. Be interesting to find out if these guys ran an extra lap, or if Repeat Offender had an issue, or maybe just miscounted the laps. And one thing we always talk about at each boat race that I still find amazing to this day, with all the technology we have available in electronics and cameras and you name it, of what's out there, they still count laps with duct tape on the dashboard. And if somebody accidentally grabs 2 of them or forgets to grab 1 of them, the count's all off. And what a horrible way to lose a race, to come in early. Or heaven forbid you run an extra lap that you're not supposed to and burn off some extra fuel and come in underweight. That's always a just miserable, you feel your stomach just sink whenever you look up at that crane and you're supposed to weigh 7,500 and you weigh 7,490, and you're just sick to yourself because you ran an extra lap and it cost you the 6 or 7 pounds of fuel that you needed to make weight. So I'm seeing the safety assets come up the beach, which obviously indicates to me that this heat of racing is over. But really curious to know, like we said earlier, definitely some technical difficulties down at race control. So we can't get an answer right now on Repeat Offender. But one thing for sure, Saris Racing definitely finished first in their class. They had a commanding lead from the second the green flag dropped, and just ran a flawless race. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that boat is an older Magnum, and it is gorgeous. It's just meticulously kept. I inspected it in the pits at the street party last night, and that's one thing we haven't touched on yet, Brendan, the street party last night. Was that out of control compared to the year before, or what? I mean, what a great show for Englewood here last night.
Tremendous attendance the last couple of years, and an event that really continues to grow throughout the area as they've really embraced the OPA and the offshore powerboat racing and the national and world championships that are held here now, and just a tremendous event. But we have these 3 races that, and I wasn't completely sure if we didn't need 1 more lap from Class 4, which was essentially the coronation of the Saris Racing team.
Well, they're coming around again, so that could be very accurate.
Yeah, this is their final lap, from what I understand.
And they are about to put a lap on, some of the back markers. They are just the distance of our turns away from putting a lap on some of the Class 4 boats.
Remember, they had a 9-lap race with Class 5 running 7 and Class 7 running 5.
Still, just out of sight of my binoculars, I see a safety asset boat near the Repeat Offender, and I can't make out what's going on down there. If they're checking on them, or maybe if they're giving them a checkered flag, or what. Be real anxious to hear what happened there, because they had a big lead in Class 5. Be anxious to hear what happened as we see Saris Racing come by in Class 4, comfortably going to take a checkered flag in Class 4 racing here, and of course that'll be unofficial till we get the results of the GPSs back from the OPA officials to make sure there was no breakouts. And Perdition, the 4.
And give Perdition credit, they were not really within striking distance, but consistently
they never lost any ground.
Right, they never lost any ground.
So like we were talking about, whatever happened in turns 1 and 2, which is a little out of our vantage point here, that set the stage for that entire Class 4 race, and that's the way it stayed until the checker flag comes out now. And so in the breakout classes, if you will, or the P class racing, getting through that first set of turns first is ever so crucial, because if you can maintain that extra average speed on the first lap, the other guys can't outmuscle you to catch up, because they'll break out, and then that's your positions, barring no breakdowns. But be real anxious to hear, as we've seen the Rindell boat give up his first place position due to what appeared to be an engine failure from the smoke that we've seen on the water. Wow! Look at this little Class 5. As we can tell, it's bumping up now. He had a good 1.5 feet of air under that outdrive as he made his way out of turn 4. So definitely a lot bumpier at the end of the race than in the beginning, and put on a good show for the crowd down here at Englewood in front of our broadcast booth. And as we see down there by start finish, all the other boats making their way into the infield. That of course indicates the end of the race, and you'll see those boats make their way back down to the back down to the south end of the course and into the boat ramp area. And then as the day progresses, we will progressively get faster boats out on the course, which should be for some exciting racing as the wind conditions kick up, Brendan, and roughen up this Englewood race course. Them bigger, faster boats will be doing a little more flying this afternoon. So definitely a lot of hustling going on right now in the pit and crane area. Moving some weight around, maybe a prop change or something, because from what these guys seen at the beginning of the race versus the end of the race, it's totally different sea conditions.
And certainly that weather forecast, which is brought to you by Nautical Sewing Bimini Boat Upholstery, located on Placida Road, giving a great look to your boat. We'll have partly cloudy skies the rest of the afternoon, but again, this wind kicking up in spots as much as 20-25 miles per hour. So so we certainly feel it up here, and it's going to affect some of the water moving forward.
Yeah, hopefully we don't experience what we did at our OPA race in Lake of the Ozarks, that lake race, where we had to grab everything in sight and run into a trailer for a little squall that blew through that race. And Lake of the Ozarks is a very narrow lake, but that squall could not have centered itself any better in the channel and blown right in through our broadcast booth. As we watch the P37 Fountain making their way down the front stretch right now, and again, the Aerotech, the American Outlaw Aerotech. And guys, I apologize if I don't have the name right. I can't make it out on the thing, and we could not get any current statistics and sponsors out of Race Control this morning. So those two boats appear to be your last two boats on course to finish up this heat of racing. Most importantly, everybody made it safe. So they all made it through the race. Everything was good. We've got a few mechanical breakdowns. Those things can be fixed. But first and foremost, everybody made it through the race safely. So well done there. As we see one of our medical assets, our safety assets, flying over here in this little plane, having a little bit of fun in front of our broadcast booth. So they'll get these boats cleared off the course here, and then what do we have coming up next, Brendan? What's our next?
The next slot of races, we've got our third race of the day. The Super Stocks will be out on the course. They're scheduled to make their first appearance of the weekend. Of course, the big boats, the Extreme class, will come out last. We'll have Class 3 and one more class that will be in that race later on this afternoon.
Be interested to see. I know the Kinetic Animation team, Ryan Beckley and Tanner Lewis. I definitely know they're here for Super Stock. I've seen some of their crew here in front of the broadcast booth, and they also have Gary Ballou in the FJ Propeller boat on the roster. But if I'm not mistaken, he has already left to go to Dubai to defend his UIM Class 1 championship with Throttleman Johnny Tomlinson. And both of those guys on the heel of a world championship last week in Key West in their respective classes. So the outboard cat class, one of my favorites. It was the class of racing that I raced in when I raced. I still have a soft spot for it. It's a fun class to watch. It's very competitive racing. All the boats generally run real close together, so those guys getting ready to come out here right now. If anyone from Saris Racing is listening, who's ever doing that barbecuing down there, can send some up to the broadcast booth. They are right underneath us.
Smells good,
with
does it not?
With this breeze we have, you can darn near taste that barbecue that they have down there with the smell of it. Here we go, Saris Racing giving a little victory lap for their crew right here in front of the broadcast booth. What a great shot. What a great shot of Saris Racing coming by the beach here. Hands in the air. Good job,
they were
guys.
Awesome.
Good job. What a
Dominating
great performance today.
And if you folks didn't get to watch it on our live stream, you can do it throughout the rest of the afternoon. Go to the KRMS Radio Facebook page, go to the WENG Radio Facebook page, or go to the Waterfest Facebook page. We are streaming the broadcast live, and our stream is presented to you by Aqua Stack Mat, a floating mat that customizes to your boating lifestyle. Tremendous race number 2 on the day, and it is in the books as we continue to enjoy a sun-splashed afternoon on Englewood Beach.
You know, Brendan, not only is the wind kicking up, it's shifting directions a little bit. When our last heat started, we had a wind basically coming straight out of the west, blowing directly on shore, and now it's coming. We've definitely got the wind coming. Oh, I got my directions confused here, but she's blowing to the southwest right now. So it's going to make for a little bit of an interesting situation in turn 1 and 2, as they're going to have a head-on quartering sea as they make their way through that turn, and that's going to be coming up here very shortly. But wind and water conditions definitely switching here in Englewood as the clock ticks by. So as we mentioned earlier, I guarantee you those race teams are back there making some changes. As we see now, repeat offender is under tow from one of our safety boats. So I'm going to go out on a limb and guess they did not finish that race after they got out to that commanding lead, fought the whole race to get in front of the Rindell boat, and some type of a mechanical problem. Like I said, they're being towed in right now. So unfortunately for those guys, all that hard work went for naught. But as it looks from here, everybody's safe in there. So
we just heard if we could get that official standings again in Class 5. We heard him come down the line here, Carolyn. Couldn't quite understand. I heard the Roughster boat finished in second. Here comes our official standings right here. Oh, Hangin' and Bangin' did end up winning in that's Class 7.
Yes, we've seen Bay Red go down right in front of us right
Done
here.
Deal finished in second. Let's take a look at Class 5. That was Reinforcer and the Roughster boat second. And, of course, in Class 4, the dominating performance by the Saris Racing team with Perdition coming in second. Thank you very much. There you go. Those are the final standings, although not official until they are certified by OPA later on in the day.
And he's the enforcer down there in his boots and in all his gear is not to be taken lightly. He will confiscate those GPSs and not give an inch of wiggle room in there, guys. So we'll get official word later on the final results. But the way it stands right now, you just heard from Brendan the finishing order in the respective classes, and off to our third race of the day.
Here's the way it's going to shake out for our third race, Shane. It'll be the Super Stocks. It'll be Class 2. It'll be Class 3. And then our Extreme class will conclude the afternoon. And, folks, this second hour of our broadcast today is presented to you by Doors and More, a division of R.J. Labadie Construction.
You know, we mentioned Extreme class, and for those of you unfamiliar with the sport of offshore powerboat racing, that is basically the run what you brung and hope you brung enough class. There are no rules, there are no limitations, and most of the time there is no budget on what these guys won't spend to come out here and put on a show. Chris Cox, Team Envy, can't miss that boat when you're down in the pits. It's a 50-foot long Mystic Catamaran, Envy green in color. They've got a matching van and a Viper and a support rig, and you know you can't miss it if you're anywhere near the pits in Englewood. I see on our roster in our program that Cat Can Do and Miss Geico were both signed up to run. As we mentioned earlier, Miss Geico suffered irreparable damage in Key West last week. She's not going to make it. I do know Cat Can Do had some damage in Key West. I know they repaired it. They did come out and run later on the week. They didn't appear to run hard, just get out there and get some points. So I don't know if they're here or not. I do not recall seeing them last night while we were out, but the party was so big and so many boats last night, I know we didn't see all of them. And then the Alex and Annie boat, a 40-foot Platinum with some big turbo horsepower in there. The Envy boat repowered right before Key West with 1650 Mercury racing engines. That boat easily capable of running north of 175, 180 miles an hour in these conditions that we see today. So when Chris Cox and the Team Envy class get out here for the Extreme class, you're going to see some extreme speeds.
So we've got another big race coming up. We'll also take a look at the history of the OPA. When we return, it's the 2016 Englewood Waterfest, and the broadcast is presented to you by Cricket Wireless. We're back after these messages. And we welcome you back live, the 2016 Englewood Beach Waterfest alongside Shane Sherman. I'm Brendan Matthews. So glad to have you along with us for the second hour of our broadcast. Our broadcast is presented to you by Cricket Wireless, and we've got 2 races in the books so far, Shane, and first and foremost, safety. We are all to go there, but some pretty exciting races in the one we just saw in hour number 1.
Exactly. A lot of dicing for position, first, second, and third place in both the classes. Attrition played a major part in the outcome of the race, as we've seen the Rindell boat and the Bay Rat boat both fall to mechanical woes right in front of our broadcast booth on the back stretch. And then as the water kicked up throughout that race, we've seen a lot of changes and in position variances change as far as the distance between first, second, third, etc. One thing I want to mention, one of the crowd favorites I see out in our milling area right now, the Bat Boat. Anybody that follows us a lot online has seen the photo all week long. Elliot Gray and those guys threw a blade off one of their racing propellers, stuck it up through the bustle of the boat. And, I mean, just buried that stainless steel blade a good 3 or 4 inches into the bottom of that boat. But they are out there in the milling area. They have done whatever they needed to do to get that boat repaired. It's definitely a crowd favorite. You couldn't get within 20 feet of the boat last night at the street party because there's always a crowd. You can't get anywhere near the boat. The kids and the spectators just go nuts over that Bat Boat. And good to see them out there in the milling circle.
So, Shane, we alluded to it before the break. We wanted to maybe give a little history lesson on the OPA. Let's go to our very own John Roger, and he'll teach us a few things right now. John.
Hanging out at the 2016 Englewood Beach Waterfest block party, and I've got one of the main guys with me now. We've been wanting to chase him down, Val from OPA. Val, it's good to talk to you. The reason why it's so important for us to have this conversation is a lot of people are wondering about the history of OPA. You guys have been involved, you've been involved for a long time with the organization, but not a lot of people are familiar with the organization. It's new to them seeing it here in the Englewood area. So tell us a little bit about OPA and how it got its start.
A little bit around 2013 boats got together and traveled to the World Championships down in Louisiana. Those 13 crew members became the Jersey Boys, the first group of OPA members to go for World Championships. So from that point on, it went from 13 boats to what you see now, some 60, 70 boats sitting here. And this is our World Championships, and we're here to have a good time, and Englewood is treating us great, and we love it.
So not only do we do the broadcast for the Englewood area, we also do the lake race. So these are like two start and stops for this event for you guys. You guys really get kicked off there at the lake race. You get finished up here. And I understand this weekend, obviously, is really one of the bigger weekends because you're combining the two different championships.
Yes, we're combining nationals and our world championships because our national championship was canceled because of the hurricane that we had several weeks ago in Ocean City, Maryland. So right now, everyone's vying for the points for their national championship. The national championship is a combination of the points throughout the whole season. Okay, the World Championship is the points between these two races, the Saturday and Sunday affair. So one will make up your national champion, and then the other will make up your world champion.
Fantastic. And there's a lot of folks out there that are seeing powerboats for the first time, whether it be on TV, whether they're hearing it on the radio. But they're saying to themselves, I've wanted to boat race, I've been a novelist at boat racing, I want to do something more. What do you recommend to them to get involved with racing with OPA?
Well, that's why OPA started what they call a 7 class. It's an outboard class, a small boat, a 21, 22-foot boat. It's an easy boat to find, purchase. You can probably get into the sport for under $10,000. And I have a lot of families here, fathers and sons, fathers and daughters, brothers, and I mean, the whole crew or family at these races. And you become a big family at the race site. So that's what makes it so good. You're a big family. You are now part of our family. So.
Well, we have an exciting couple days of racing coming up here today and tomorrow, and it's going to be fantastic. So thank you so much for sharing all the information with us, and we can't wait to see what happens today and tomorrow.
Well, you'll see me in Al Britton Fruit Company. That's the boat I'll be racing in. You see the McDonald's boat here. You have Strictly Business, some of the fastest boats on the course. There'll be boats going anywhere from 60 miles an hour to 160 miles an hour. So it's going to be a fun weekend.
Certainly is, and we'll have more for you as we bring it along. We're at the block party having a great time. Thank you, Val. Appreciate talking with us here from OPA. We'll send it back to you guys on the beach. I'm John Roger.
Thank you very much, John. Very informative and good to hear from Val and the OPA, which is, yeah, maybe hasn't been around for that long, but boy, oh boy, Shane, have they not really established themselves as the premier offshore powerboat racing league in the world. They just do a tremendous job with these events.
They really have. They've done a great job. Smitty and the whole staff of everybody over there. You know, we've had the fortune of working with them at Lake Race, which, you know, if you got your calendars out, June 1st through the 4th, 2017 as Lake Race on Lake of the Ozarks, again, sanctioned by OPA. And, you know, what a great job they've done. As offshore racing took a bit of a change as the classes evolved and some of the boats became, I don't want to say obsolete, but not the perfect boat anymore for that respective class of racing. OPA stepped in and put some grassroots stuff together that has grown into an incredible professional organization that we're watching here today in Englewood at our World Finals. So, you know, hats off to those guys. It's definitely a major struggle and hard thing to do as I work behind the scenes a lot with the promoters of Lake Race, in front of the scenes a little bit, of course, with you in the broadcast booth. Putting one of these things together is not an easy task, let alone putting together, you know, 8 or 9 of them throughout the year. You know, just so many facets of the cities, the municipalities, the Coast Guard, the safety assets, the funding. You know, let's not forget about what it takes to fund one of these things to bring it in town. And OPA, you know, seems to make it all run flawlessly. I don't know if I'm watching right or not here, but do we have a manatee making its way up the front stretch right here? I believe we do, right off the Englewood Beach right there. A manatee, a big manatee right there.
Cow.
Yeah, we got
right about
big
that
manatee waiting up here, which is, you know, unfortunately a double-edged sword because we will not have any racing if they see this. Matter of fact, I believe that's a it looks like more like some seagrass. I don't think that's a manatee, Brendan, unfortunately. But no denying that tail and nose. That is definitely a manatee, almost right in front of our broadcast booth here in Englewood, just taking a nice little leisurely swim up the beach. Looks to be about a 4.5, 5 foot long manatee, and just taking his or her own sweet time right up here. And as we got our boats down in the milling area, as soon as our medical assets, as we mentioned earlier, some of the behind-the-scenes stuff you don't see, our helicopters are all over refueling right now, which of course they carry first and foremost our safety assets and our divers. In the event of a rollover or something, the divers are on board and can be on scene immediately. They will also have some race officials and sometimes some local enforcement officials as well from Fish and Game and Wildlife and stuff. But the manatee making his or her way up the front stretch here will delay the action just a little bit, but hopefully he continues along the beach and makes his way out of the course here before long.
I want to get you some info on some of the drivers coming up in our next race, and this driver info is presented to you by West Coast Fiber and Recon Skiffs, located on Placido Road, fixing boats and building them. And you mentioned, Shano, the bad boat, now known as Here We Go with Elliott Gray, and the fact that again they will be making its way back onto the course despite some of its issues here earlier in the week.
You know, we talked earlier about the breakout class of racing, and Elliott runs in that breakout class of racing, and he also holds one of OPA's most prestigious titles, which he earned at Lake of the Ozarks at Lake Race. Elliott has managed to break out more times in one race than any other competitor ever in OPA racing. I believe he said we have enough horsepower and we're going to use it, and I don't really care how fast I'm supposed to go. I'm going to go as fast as I can go. And he put on a spectacular show with, I believe it was the father and son team of currently HP Mafia in their MTI boat back then at Lake Race, and the two of them guys just got out there and ran around and could give two hoots less about what the laws and the governing of that class was. They just went out there and put on a show, and it was sure fun to watch. But unfortunately, both of those guys got booted to the back of that class on that particular race for their infractions of speed. But nonetheless, they put on a fun, safe show. So, and Elliott's still out here racing. I know the other guys we just mentioned, they competed last week in Key West, and the P-class racing is a great stepping stone, if you will, into the more professional classes like the Super Cat, the Super Stock, and then of course the Unlimited. The P-class racing lets guys bring out some of their high-performance pleasure boats, maybe some older race boats that wouldn't be competitive in their respective classes, get their feet wet, see what it's all about going into a turn with 5 or 6 other boats, and learn about offshore racing.
Shane, let's recap some of the races we've already seen here today, and our leaderboard is sponsored by Big Toy Storage and Sales Center, located in Venice, Florida, for all around health. And the races we just saw a few minutes ago, Shane, again highlighted by the dominating performance from Saris Racing.
Absolutely, yeah. Just that was the standout performance of that entire heat of racing. One of the best races in class the whole time was the Rindell and the Repeat Offender boat. Those two guys battled for better than half of the first part of the race for first and second position, and then somehow, out of our vantage point, Repeat Offender got the inside line and was able to get out in front of the Rindell boat and open up a nice little lead, probably of a couple hundred yards, and looked like they were well on their way to a checkered flag. And again, out of our vantage point, they did not come around again. And on the heels of that, the Rindell boat had a mechanical breakdown, so all of a sudden the boat that was running not a distant third, but not within striking distance, all of a sudden was our first place boat, and that was the Enforcer, I believe. And so completely changed up the outcome of that race on, I believe, the final 2, maybe 3 laps of Class 5 racing. So,
right.
as I say, it's not over till it's over. So, just great, tight racing in there. As we were watching them make their ways through turns 3 and 4 down here on our end of the course, guys diving in and out of rooster tails, in and out of the spray, coming in hot and taking a wide line to try to maintain some speed. Other guys chopping throttles and diving in low to shorten the course up and take an inside line. They were trying every racing move you could think of to gain an edge over one another, and it makes for some great racing. And I know as I heard the crowd in front of us whooping and hollering as the boats came around, they sure seemed to be enjoying it, and just a great day of racing. I think you're in for a lot more exciting racing as these wind conditions keep kicking up.
2 big ones still to come. It is the 2016 Englewood Beach Waterfest. Our broadcast is presented to you by Cricket Wireless, and we're back after this. Welcome back live. It is the 2016 Englewood Beach Waterfest. Our broadcast is presented to you by Cricket Wireless. This hour of the broadcast is sponsored by Doors and More, a division of R.J. Labadie Construction. Brendan Matthews and Shane Sherman with you inside the BK Toolboxes and Accessories broadcast booth. And we want to go back, we alluded to this a little earlier, the block party. It was phenomenal last night. Let's take a little look back, and one of our broadcast partners, of course, WENG Radio, getting ready to make some history, I understand.
We're live at the block party with the 2016 Englewood Beach Waterfest, and man, we are hanging out with some of the coolest guys in racing and coolest gals in racing. This is the Alex and Ani boat, Jimmy Kazana. I'm so glad to have you with us. So you're kind of stealing the party here, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm honored to be here. Thank you. And we're here to steal a show. I want everyone here to sign the boat. We want them on board. When we run on Sunday, everybody's going to be rooting for us because they have a vested interest. They're riding along. They're on board. I really appreciate having all the folks with us.
And that's one of the reasons why we came over here. And as you can see, take a look at this to show Brendan and the guys in the studio. People are actually coming up and signing their name on the boat. They get the opportunity to write their name in the boat, and then on Sunday when you're out on the track, everybody's names are out on the track with them. So this is really cool.
This is just the beginning. By the end of the night, I know we're going to have thousands of signatures on board. The thing about it is every race, the boat's unique. It becomes a mosaic with all the different color markers and stuff. And on the high-definition shots you'll see online, I've actually had people message me. I could blow up the picture and see my name on it, which is like so valuable. You know, we're very fortunate to have such a big following and have so much support from the people and the fans out there. Englewood did a great job at this event. As a matter of fact, the traffic we tied up today, and everybody was so courteous and you know, respectful and kind to us. You know, we really appreciate that. It's a great community.
Well, we're glad to have you here. So tell us one more thing before we go and sign our names on this boat.
All right.
Tell us about the boat itself. What kind of boat are we looking at?
You're looking at a 42-foot Platinum. It's built out of carbon fiber, Kevlar, and epoxy resin. It's a real fast boat. It'll go over 200 miles an hour. And race trim tomorrow, probably going to see speeds in the 170s. The course is about 2 miles long in each direction. And obviously, we don't have brakes. We need to slow down just a little bit before the turns.
Well, this looks like a lot of fun. So thank you for letting us have the opportunity.
My pleasure. It was a pleasure to meet you guys.
And now,
Thank you.
what we're going to do, we're going to grab one of these pens over here, okay? I'm going to pick one of these up. Let's do yellow, shall we? Yellow. We're going to put our names on the boat, all right? I'm going to sign it right here.
Thank you so much.
There we are. WENG represented right here at the block party. And we're having a blast. I hope you get a chance to come out here. If you didn't, we'll do it again next year. But we got plenty more clips to come, and we got so much to talk about. So let's head it back to the studio. Brendan and the gang are hanging out there, and I'm John Roger reporting live for the 2016 Englewood Beach Waterfest.
Thank you, John. And we are inside the BK Toolboxes and Accessories broadcast booth. Brendan Matthews and Shane Sherman, and a neat deal there. WENG, one of our radio partners there on the... Which boat is that, Shane? That was the Alex and Ani boat.
Yeah, Alex and Ani.
Pretty cool deal. And we're going to see them a little bit later on in our extreme class. Now, if we take a look out of the water right now, and an update on our weather forecast, and it is brought to you by Nautical Sewing Bimini Boat Upholstery, located on Placida Road, giving a great look to your boat. We've got temperatures in the upper 70s right now, mostly sunny skies, but a wind consistently about 15 miles per hour. Shano, it's gusting over 20, and we've seen a lot more white caps just within the last 45 minutes to an hour.
Absolutely. We're every bit of 1 to 2 foot seas right now. It's shifting from a west wind this morning, shifting around to not quite a north wind right now, but making its way that way pretty quick. So basically these guys are going to be fighting a quartering sea all the way down the front stretch off of their port bow, and then they're going to have a rear quartering following coming down the back stretch. Where it's going to get exciting for them is in the turns, because they're going to have a quartering sea as they make their way through 1 and 2, and then 3 and 4, of course, as we're running a pretty much a rectangular course here. It appears the Manatee has made its way off of the course. I'm seeing some of the boats down there now in the milling area starting to get up on plane and make their way down. Getting grouped up now for the parade lap. So I see the Second Amendment boat. I see the Bat boat. I do see a couple, looks like 3 canopied outboard boats. I cannot make out what they are, but on our roster, it's supposed to be F&J Propeller, Kinetic Animation, Ryan Beckley and Tanner Lewis. I know they ran with the Five Brothers Grocery and the heating and cooling sponsor in Key West. Not sure who they're here with this weekend. We'll see that in just a moment. And again, apologies for not having that information. Some difficulties this morning at race control with the computers. And then one other canopied outboard boat out there. Not sure if it's one of the new Smart Marine boats, or possibly it could be Lee Austin's Deep V Cat. So hard to tell from our vantage point here, but we'll have that information very shortly as they make their way in front of our broadcast booth for that parade lap. I'm seeing a couple of the boats get up on plane right now, so we should be back to racing. But boy, I can tell you, watch how those boats are just reacting at idle in that milling area. It is kicking up out here. It's every bit of 2-footers right now from the wind. So get ready for a lot more exciting airborne action on the racing here in Englewood, because these guys are not going to be laid down on the water like our first 2 heats of racing where we have flat conditions. These guys are going to be flying. And I know a lot of them right now are either, oh my gosh, I wish we would have made the change, or I'm sure glad we made the change. Because whatever they set up for this morning at noon, you know, or even worse, at 1 o'clock, those setup parameters would not hold true to the conditions we see right now. So they would have needed to make some changes just between what we've seen in the last 45 minutes on the race course. Wind conditions really have kicked up a lot and completely changed what these guys are going to have to contend with out there at this Englewood course.
We've had some great looks, great camera shots today. Camera 1 that you've seen a lot is brought to you by Amy Sendel of Keller Williams Realty Gold, your favorite hometown realtor. And we've just gotten some incredible looks. And we saw the manatee earlier, Shano. Would we call that you call that a wildlife delay?
Speed bump. Yes. Wildlife delay. Actually, an endangered species. The manatees and sea turtles will flat shut a race down. And
so, what wildlife would they be like? That's all right.
Probably let us run with some sharks. They see some sharks down there. They may let us run. You know, I'm not really too concerned about the posse of pelicans that have gathered out here in front of the broadcast booth. I think there's about 30 of them out there diving down for fish. It's entertaining to watch, but I'm afraid them pelicans are going to be in for a bit of a shock when the bat boat comes around at about 120 miles an hour. I'm watching a couple of the boats now play around down in the milling area, get up on plane and play, and they are definitely catching some air as they're running towards the north. So you're in for a little bit of a show here. If you're on the beach watching, you're going to see some flying out of these boats as we get ready for this 3rd heat of racing today. But the conditions are continuing, I don't want to say worsen, but roughen up. It's definitely getting a lot rougher as the day goes on.
Did you get a look? Will you get a look at FJ Propeller? Is it down there in the milling area? Because it was not on my roster from this morning. I know it was in the program, but I'm curious as to whether or not they are running today.
Let me grab these binoculars here and see what I can see. I got Bat Boat, I've got Second Amendment, I've got Ryan Beckley's Connecticut Animation Boat, and of course these other catamarans are head on to me right now, and I just can't make out which ones.
I'm just curious if FJ Propeller is running today or not. They are the defending national champion, but they may not be in this field. We'll get confirmation on that here very, very soon. And we may have a chance here right now. I know we're going to be up against the break in a second, but our good friend Bob Harrigan is with us from ABC7, meteorologist Bob Harrigan, who has brought goodies for us.
Jay, I tell you, we were down at the public beach. We heard you guys broadcasting. It was great, but it sounded very good. I heard you guys say something about barbecue. And just so happens that from iHeartMedia was there. I said, I just heard him talking about barbecue, Shane and Brendan, and let me get you a couple plates. And so they did.
Wonderful. Look at
that. Is a good deal.
Yeah, we got pulled pork from McCurdy's and the Wise Men's Cooking, burgers and dogs right there in the public beach.
Oh, phenomenal.
And I tell you, McCurdy's was just helping him out right there, and he's got a great barbecue place.
Bob, are you with us for the rest of the weekend now?
I am. I'll be here Sunday as well.
Beauty.
Hopefully the weather cooperates. I heard you talking about the weather too. Tough going tomorrow. Seas going to be running high. Hopefully this front, which appears to be moving through right now, means that it'll get through pretty quickly, and the waves may come down by midday tomorrow.
And this is the front that's going to be kicking the temperatures down.
Oh,
pretty
yeah.
Good deal, right?
Yeah. I spoke to some friends last night. I think a 30-degree temperature drop in Atlanta.
It's the biggest one.
Like, whoa.
I saw Atlanta down to the 30s. They're going to be freezing tomorrow morning. Yeah.
Really starting to feel it now as we start to enter our parade lap for our 3rd race of the day.
And to answer your question, Brendan, I did not see F&J Propeller make the parade lap, which does not surprise me. To my knowledge, Gary Ballou, the owner of that team and boat, is in Dubai defending his UIM World Championship with John Tomlinson. And there we go, the I'm Loving It McDonald's boat.
Wow.
Who was a major contributor to making Waterfest 2017 happen.
I saw him down there. I saw him big time advertised right there at the village, right there at the Englewood Beach. And there goes the Bat Boat. I had a chance to talk to him, too, from St. Louis about that paint job. $240,000 paint job on that
it
particular
is
boat.
a work of art out of visual imagination in Peculiar, I believe it's Peculiar, Missouri, a suburb of Kansas City. Mark Morris and visual imagination. The detail work on that paint job, it has buildings, and then inside of the building window you can see an exit sign.
Is that
and
right?
you know, and I've known the boat since it was new and looked at it hundreds of times, and every time you've picked something new that you didn't see the last time, and it's never changed. It's been the same paint job since day one.
That is neat.
It is a work of art.
It's something to see and something to behold. We saw it last night at the big block party right there at Dearborn Street in downtown Englewood, which turned out to be great, by the way. And today's weather is still very nice out here. Some people in a little bit of red tide, but not much. That's thankful, too. I know a lot of people are asking about that on our website, and it's not bad at all. Very tolerable and not a problem.
No, not at all. I haven't noticed it at all today. A little bit this morning, just before the winds picked up. I haven't noticed any of it since I got beachside, and just great conditions, especially considering what the rest of the country is seeing. I know some friends of mine out in Denver are getting snow for the first time, and Atlanta dropped down into the 30s, and I know Texas was down in the 50s. I'm from Missouri. I know they cooled off quite a bit. I'm just happy to be in South Florida still.
78 degrees, a little bit of breeze, and hey, we're doing boat racing. There's a lot to be said about that. You're right.
I mean, I would complain that I had to put on socks and regular shoes this morning, but I'm just going to keep my mouth shut and just be happy that I'm on the beach.
You know, interesting looking out over here in the Gulf of Mexico off the Englewood Beach. You can see the whitecaps are out there with a pretty strong northwest wind. I know you guys were talking about it. It's blowing to the southeast. It's coming out of the northwest. The waves are starting to build a little bit. This is a good indicator that more than likely the prefrontal trough is coming through now. The big front will be this evening, and it'll cool things down. And the waves and the winds are expected to come down a little bit by midday tomorrow, but still fairly high. And I talked to one of the racers and throttle men from the Alex and Ani, and he said that they like the 6 foot waves. They like anything over that is a little bit tough for them, but the 6 foot waves, he says he gets airborne and just really enjoys it.
Now, you mentioned with that front coming through, Bob, there's no precipitation.
Right.
Going to be with this front.
That's the key.
That's a very good
That's the key right there. No, it's just too dry out ahead of it to allow any kind of rainfall. And that's unusual. We could use a little bit of rain, by the way. We haven't had much rain down here at all, and it looks like we're not going to get much with this front at all.
I just got an update from Chris Lamort, a big enthusiast and powerboat fan and racer and poker runner. Gary Blue is in Dubai running Class 1, and Ryan Beckley is in the Cape Hayes Marine Boat. I believe that's the second-year sponsor for these guys here in Englewood, and Lee Austin in the Specialty Marine Boat. So those will be in the super stock class, and then Chris Schoenbaum in the Smart Marine Boat. That's a brand new boat that Chris designed and built from ground zero and campaigned for the first time last week in Key West and brought it over here to Englewood. So a lot of R&D happening for Chris right now in the Smart Marine Boat. And if I had to go on a limb and pick right now, I think my race favorite in the Cat Outboard is going to be Ryan Beckley. They've got a lot of seat time in that boat. But what's unique right now to all of these guys is the motors on the back of the boats. The outboard class finally all got together, decided on one motor that they're all going to run. It's been kind of up in the air the last couple of years as to which direction they were going to go since Mercury discontinued the 2.5 offshore motor. And so now they're all running a 300 XS motor, which is pretty new to all three of these guys that are here today for our Superstock class. And out of those three guys, I think Ryan definitely has the most seat time in his respective boat and the most seat time with the new power.
So that makes sense. I mean, if you got the most seat time, you got the same engines, you got to have the experience to win, and that's why you're going to go with that one. That's a pretty good call right there, I would say.
Yep.
We got the third race today, right? And what classes are is it just the one class, or is it?
We've got three classes. We've got Class 2, we've got Class 3, and we've got the Super Stocks, and all three classes will be running 10 laps in this particular race. The Super Stocks will start us off, followed by Class 2, and then Class 3.
Always good to see and kind of know. I know there's several races going on at once, and a lot of people are going, well, who's winning? You can't look at the side of the boat and figure out sometimes what boats are winning, and obviously follow this broadcast right here. This is the best way to do it, and you can do it in all sorts of venues, I imagine.
Absolutely, and actually if folks want to stream it, your best bet is to go to the KRMS Radio Facebook, the WENG Radio Facebook, or the Waterfest Facebook. That's where the stream is. You can check out live video and audio, and the stream is presented to you by AquaStack Mat, a floating mat that customizes to your boating lifestyle.
Well, I got to tell you, Brendan, what I just seen just on that parade lap, we're going to be in for a show. These guys are going to be doing some flying because one, the parade lap was significantly slower than all of our other parade laps this morning, and they were already catching air on that. So when these guys turn the wicks up on these things, we're going to see some flying. We're going to be in for a good show coming up in Englewood here right after our break.
All right, folks, we're going to step aside, and the third race of the day will commence. It is the 2016 Waterfest. Our broadcast presented to you by Cricket Wireless. We're back after these words. And we welcome you back live, the 2016 Waterfest. And our broadcast is sponsored by Cricket Wireless. Brendan Matthews, Shane Sherman, and ABC7 meteorologist Bob Harrigan is back with us for another year. And Bob, you see the enthusiasm in this community for this event. What's it been like? What's the lead-up been like the last couple of weeks?
It has been, and I got to tell you, it has been increasing throughout the weeks too. And just being down at the block party last night, it was a little bit more, more organized. You
Sure.
can see they're waiting. They're getting feel. It was shoulder to shoulder there. We went live from there about 6-7 times on the broadcast on ABC7, and had a great time. A lot of people came up. The drivers. I like to be able to get close and personal with the boats and the drivers and the throttlemen, and just talk to them about their experiences. Instead of just going by in a parade, you get a chance to sit there and talk to them.
It's a tremendous event, and certainly one that this community has been embracing. We mentioned a lot of the great camera looks that we're getting here. Leslie Brown, PA of Keller Williams Realty Gold. Another one, the realtor you need to call. She's on camera too today and giving us some great camera shots as we are underway.
Oh, yes, right there.
Ryan Beckley just kissed off the top of a wave as he's challenging for first place over Chris Schoenbaum on the backstretch. And that's, caught another great one. And those guys are putting on a great show as the super stock boats make their way up into turn 3 and catching some nice air. And they are less than half a boat length apart as they make their way into turn 3. Chris has got a slight lead over Ryan right now. Ryan is now they are side by side coming into the turn, and it is not smooth out there, guys. They are taking a ride.
Yeah, they got some
Wow.
big waves. Big waves. We're looking about 2, maybe 3, 4 footers right
Yeah,
now.
it's blowing up nice, and Ryan pulling out to about a boat and a half lead as they make their way through the turn. Chris diving through the rooster tail, going for that inside line. Ryan makes his way out of there in first, Chris in second in the Smart Marine boat, and here they come back down the front stretch. I know when they left our vantage point last time, Chris was in the lead, so those guys have swapped leads at least 3 times on lap 1. And as we're watching the Bat boat come by and the I'm Loving It McDonald's V1 boat, I believe that's Smitty in the V1 boat. But yeah, what an air show they're putting on for us in Englewood now.
It is Smitty. You're right. What was the Was Up boat?
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, McDonald's, I can't recall the proprietors of the local McDonald's here, but I heard they stepped up in a major way to make Waterfest happen here in 2017. So thank you very much for making that happen here for us. And
they did a good job, too. And you think about it, that was smart of them because this is getting bigger and bigger every year. And where else can you go and do this kind of thing in November?
Exactly.
Late November at that. So
exactly.
It's beautiful. And I was down there at the beach, to the public beach, and there's about 8 people deep in line watching these races. I'm sure it's even heavier now watching these big boats go by.
We talked about the spectator fleet out on the water. It looks bigger than it was last year. It looks like there's a lot more people on the beach this year as this event continues to gain momentum, and really the premier offshore powerboat racing event in the world. And we've got 1 lap in the books here. Again, these are the super stocks. This is class 2 and this is class 3. All 3 classes running 10 laps, and they are all about a lap deep right now.
A lap deep right now, and they're going by that public beach. That's the turn there in the north end, and then they come back here. About how long is the course?
I believe we're on a 6-mile course.
Okay, so
probably
3 miles and 3 miles, right?
Yeah, it's give or take for the turn. So yeah, about. I can't quite make it out from our vantage point. Somebody's out to a pretty big lead out front right now. I'm going to guess it to be the Bat boat. He should be able to handle this water really with no efforts at all.
Slice through it a little bit better, huh?
Yeah, he's the biggest boat out there right now, and he should be able to run across these waters. If it wasn't for his speed cap, he could run across these waters real easily at 115 or 120.
I can confirm the Bat boat that has opened up a fairly considerable lead. Our leaderboard is brought to you by Big Toy Storage and Sales Center, located in Venice, Florida, for all-around help.
Yeah, I talked to Jimmy Cassani, right? That's the
Alex and Annie guy. Yeah.
And he was telling me that they like these big waves, bigger waves. They get a little bit more air, and then so they can go a little faster too.
Absolutely.
And he was talking speeds that his boat could actually go as high as 150 miles an hour. I think.
Very easily.
150 miles an hour.
Yeah. As we see the I'm Loving It McDonald's boat, and wow, Strictly Business putting on. They are really stretching it out, trying to catch up to the McDonald's I'm Loving It V1 boat. And watch that Strictly Business boat. You're seeing water spray off there 7,500 feet in the air as they pierce the top of those waves in that fountain power boat. But you got 2 fountains fighting for first and second place out there right now. And the McDonald's I'm Loving It boat probably a good couple hundred yards ahead of the Strictly Business boat, but not out of reach at all. So he cannot rest on what little lead he has established.
And so you make your time up, if I'm not mistaken, right there on the turns. That's where you're going to make your time, because you do have that governor, if you will, that kind of keeps you in check throughout the straightaways. You can't go as fast as what they allow. But on the turns is where you can make your time up.
As you see them 2 V-bottoms, that guy just hugged the pin. He was 10 yards off of it, and this guy was 100 yards off of it.
Right.
So the theory there is shorter distance, less distance, you get there quicker. The McDonald's I'm Loving It boat theory is I can carry more speed as I come around the outside and not turn as fast. So, it all depends on how you have your boat set up. If you're propped tall for a big number, you'll most likely take the outside line and carry your speed. If you're propped short and can accelerate harder, you'll take that inside line so you can get out of there quicker.
Want to update everybody, if you're wanting to stream the event, you can do it. KRMSradio.com now and WENGradio.com. And our stream is presented to you by Aqua Stack Mat, a floating mat that customizes to your boating lifestyle. We need to step aside again. It's the 2016 Waterfest. Our broadcast is presented to you by Cricket Wireless. We're back after this.
Back here live, it is the 2016 Waterfest presented to you by Cricket Wireless. The boat that was up, which is now, I'm loving it, out in front in Class 3, strictly business, is running second right now, Shane Sherman, and that is a group that certainly we'll be watching. We're about 3 laps deep right now.
We are, and I did not see Strictly Business come around that lap. I seen the McDonald's We're Loving It boat come in front of us. I have not seen Strictly Business come back around. Wondering if they've gotten some mechanical issues or a problem down there in turn 1 or 2. But they definitely did not make that last lap around. As we see Second Amendment, your reigning OPA national and world champions, and also a world championship last week in Key West, make their way through turns 3 and 4 as they leave room for the 2 stock boats of Ryan Beckley and Cape Hayes Marine and Chris Schoenbaum and Smart Marine to fight it out in those outboard catamarans. And those guys have been running neck and neck ever since the green flag. Ryan stretching it out a little bit now as he comes down the front stretch and getting into some bumpy water, and Chris pulling back up on him a little bit here. They're within a rooster tail of each other, so those guys put on a great show, opened up a pretty good lead over Lee Austin of the Specialty Marine boat. But as you see now, Chris really putting a move on Ryan right now as they go, whoa! Down the front stretch. Chris probably sailed that boat a good 50 yards and a good 3 or 4 feet in the air, and actually overtook Ryan, it looks like, from our vantage point, and not by much. They're still neck and neck as they make their way in front of the crowd on the beach here back down into turn 1.
You saw that big fly, that big air right there we were just talking about. You worry about the bow just kind of going back down into the waves there at one point. It was so high. That was a good maneuver. Big flying right now with these big waves that are really getting bigger throughout the afternoon.
Absolutely. When he launched off that wave, the first indicator was it looked like it was going to come in nose in and stuff, but this is a brand new boat. It debuted in Key West. I've not gotten to watch it run or see its attitude or nothing, and when the boat landed, it was nowhere near stuffing at all.
Right.
So he's really got the boat set up very nicely with the center of gravity and flying well, because she's flying level and high, but she's not nosing in. It gives that appearance, but when you watch how it breaks the water coming back in, it's not doing that at all. So Chris has definitely got the boat set up good for the conditions we're in right now.
Getting some good video too, looking right now at the live streaming as I'm watching the monitor. This is just very exciting to see that visual, getting up and close person with this camera work. All the cameras set up along the Englewood Beach here for the 2016 Waterfest. Great venue right here at Englewood.
Elliot Gray making the turnaround, turn number 4, wrapping up his 4th lap of this run, just about halfway done. One more lap before he reaches the halfway mark. We think he's running unopposed in Class 2. We got conflicting reports that the Second Amendment boat might be in 2, but certainly
I don't think so. I think
their
Second
class
Amendment
would be
is a
Class 3, right? With the 302 marker, would be your best indicator.
Yeah, I definitely think Second Amendment. It appears those 2 boats are running unopposed in their respective classes right now, and not sure if just mechanical breakdowns from some of the other boats that were here, or what. Like I said this morning, we didn't quite get all of our boat count and crew count to us before broadcast.
A lot of computer issues, obviously, but those are all worked out and the details are fixed. I was thinking about this big boat race here going on here in Englewood. You guys talked about it earlier. I did some research on it. The Nationals was at Ocean City, Maryland, but got shut down because of another storm, Matthew, and then the year before it was Joaquin, if you remember that same thing.
Yes.
Joaquin and Matthew. So weather being a big factor there. Today, not too much of a factor. In fact, helping some out and catching some nice air.
Forcing this, of course, our national championships, and it coincides with the whole weekend as the World Championships, which will wrap tomorrow afternoon. And that was lap number 4 there with Smitty in the I'm Loving It boat coming by our broadcast position just a second ago.
As we watch the boats make their way back up the backstretch, Smart Marine has opened up a little bit of a lead, maybe 100 yards over Ryan Beckley in the Cape Hayes Marine boat, and Second Amendment running just outside of them. Of course, those 3 boats not competing against each other. The 2 outboard cats are competing against each other, and Ryan dove inside of Chris, and he has closed that gap considerably as they make their way around the turn. Whoa! He closed it all the way up, and now here's going to be a drag race coming out of the turn, and Ryan is in the rooster tail. I cannot see Yeah, he's in the rooster tail right now, just can't see through it, and now Chris is stretching it out a little bit, but a rooster tail separating first and second place ever since the green flag in stock outboard in the cat outboard class. And as you see, Second Amendment making their way down here.
Second Amendment had to make a real wide turn around 4.
Yes. Those guys just running a smart, conservative race right now, and all they really need to do at this point is finish, and that'll assure them a victory today. And the I'm Loving It boat had a real hard battle going with the Strictly Business boat for the first few laps, and I believe Strictly Business fell to some mechanical gremlins. We didn't see him come back around, and if I'm not mistaken, is that Strictly Business out there that's down,
Oh, there's someone in the middle,
the I'm Loving It boat? I'm going to say it's the Strictly Business, because here comes I'm Loving It up the backstretch, just coming out of turn 2. So the rough water probably playing a factor in the attrition of a few of these boats today. It's definitely a deciding factor. Or I should say a deciding factor. It's definitely a major factor in finishing the race, because you're taking such a beating inside that boat, and not only are you, but the equipment is.
Right.
And a little hose clamp or a wire tie or a connection can come loose and just completely render the boat dead in the water.
Bat boat halfway through with lap number 5 complete. And an update in the super stocks again. We've got Smart Marine 1, Cape Hayes Marine 2. Your leaderboard is brought to you by Big Toy Storage and Sales Center, located in Venice, Florida, for all-around help.
You mentioned the bat boat going by, and you talking about how the attrition of these boats hitting these big waves. The bat boat just seems to be slicing right through it with no problem. But these smaller boats, they're getting a little bit more air and a little bit more jostling going on there as far as coming down on some of these big waves.
Absolutely, yeah. The bat boat probably, I'm going to say she probably weighs in close to 9,000 pounds.
I was
wondering
about that, yeah.
So she's got length and weight over every other boat in the class. And the cat outboards, those are generally around, I believe, around a 5,000-pound boat, and so they're catching a lot more air, and they're all running real close to the same top-end speed, are capable of it. The bat boat obviously could run a lot faster, but limited to the class of racing they're in, limited to, I believe, a 105.
105
is their top speed.
Here comes Smitty. This is
McDonald's.
his 5th
I'm
lap.
loving it. Making it look easy out there. He's catching a little air and just skipping across the top of the waves in that Fountain Powerboat. So he's doing a real nice job there. The race has really spread out and stretched out. Wow, it looks like Ryan Beckley. Something happened down in turns 1 and 2. Ryan Beckley has got a major lead in the Cape Hayes boat over Chris Schoenbaum in the Smart Marine boat. I mean, he's opened up almost a quarter-mile lead just in the last half a lap. So something serious must have happened down there in turns 1 and 2. Maybe a missed marker or a rough water condition or something. Be interesting to hear afterwards what happened. Chris appears to be up and running fine now, but Ryan, whoa, as he catches some air coming back into turn 3. Ryan's opened up a big lead over him, and as you mentioned a minute ago, Bob, watch how smoothly the bat boat, whoa,
oh, yeah.
Wow. Now watch the bat boat go through that same wave. It didn't even catch any air. It just rolled right on across.
Slicing through, yeah. I was just checking the live stream. This is great to see it here live, but also on the camera, too, and in the television, to get the up close and personal. And then your commentaries, obviously, kind of give you a direction of what's happening. So if you got the ability to do it, tune it in, live stream.
Absolutely, and our live stream is brought to you by each and every day the Aqua Stack mat, a floating mat that customizes to your boating lifestyle, and 6 laps about to be in the books for the bat boat.
As we see Ryan Beckley and the Cape Hayes Marine boat come by, they're out in first place right now in super stock outboard. That's Strictly Business in front of us, idling in under his own power. But Chris Schoenbaum came to a complete stop just before he got into turn 3. He's got the boat back under power now as he makes his way around turn 4. But
wow, what a huge disadvantage he's at now, Shane.
Yeah, horrible disadvantage now after having to stop. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess. I know he was fighting Guardian problems with the SmartCraft engine management system on that boat in Key West, and it appears that's what he did there. I don't want to overstep any boundaries, but it appears he had to do basically a come back to neutral, shut it off, turn it back on, reset out here in Englewood, and now he's definitely at a major disadvantage, running in second place in the cat outboard class with Ryan Beckley and Cape Hayes out front.
And like you said, you got to finish the race, so the person in front of him obviously could have some troubles too. So just
Absolutely.
keep on chugging along, right?
Yeah, I see Second Amendment coming up the backstretch at a very slow rate of speed. I can't imagine their race is over already, Brendan. They surely have a few more laps to do, but not moving very fast at all right now. They are under power. They're on plane, but the boat's not running real fast at all. So I don't know if they're.
I got this as a 10-lap race, so
yeah,
that would be interesting.
I mean, they are running unopposed, so any way you shake it, they're gonna be first. But
you got to make it.
Yeah, they're coming off plane now, coming to the infield as they make their way into turn 3 here, and the McDonald's I'm Loving It boat with Smitty on board is making her way through turn 4 right now. And then right behind them is Lee Austin in Specialty Marine in the cat outboard class. So as we watch at the far end of the course, or at turn 1 and 2 into the course, looks like Chris has made up a little bit of ground on Ryan, but nowhere near within striking distance. Ryan Beckley out to at least a quarter-mile lead, if not a little more, in the Cape Hayes Marine skater catamaran as they make their way up the backstretch in Englewood. So
Shane, that Just Loving It boat went by. I just love the sound of that boat when it goes by, man. It's got some nice power to it and nice sound.
The V8 just never gets old. It's something else. The bigger boats we'll hear a little later. I believe the two big boats are now both turbo powered, which is significantly quieter than a supercharged powered boat. Wow. Chris, is that Chris or no, that looks like Ryan down there. Just caught some major air right about the start finish.
That boat coming around turn number 3 on its 7th lap. And again, Shano, the big development there with the Super Stocks is the Cape Hayes Marine, and then looks like Smart Marine KO'd.
Yeah, had some issue. He had to stop the boat. He appears to be running back under full power now. Keep an eye on them outboard cats as they make their way up that back stretch. They're catching some flyers up there as they make their way almost to in front of our broadcast booth. And last lap, both of those boats caught some major air just about straight across from us. So we'll keep our eye on them as they make their way up there. There's another little flyer. Not quite as entertaining as last time, but I think they remember where that hole was.
Yeah.
Elliot Gray makes his way down in the bat boat. And again, I apologize. I'm not sure who is throttling with Elliot in the boat at this race. I know last year it was Jay Mueller, and I'm not sure who's in there with him at right now. But obviously they're running way out front unopposed in their class.
I talked to Dan Dickman last night. He was out there at the at the big Englewood downtown showing the boats off there from St. Louis. A nice guy. Did a nice interview with him. He was telling me all about the boat and the cost of the boat and the paint and all that other great stuff. It's just a sharp-looking boat, and I'm sure he's giving a heck of a show all the people up there right along the beach.
7 laps in the books there in Class 2 for the bat boat. Hour number 3 is presented to you by Sears. We're back. We'll give you a weather update on the other side of this break. The 2016 Waterfest presented by Cricket Wireless. Back after this. you, Shane Sherman. ABC 7 meteorologist Bob Harrigan is with us as we take you up to 3 o'clock live on the Gold Coast, the Englewood Beach Waterfest, as we continue live. And
as we
want to get a weather update here in just a second, sponsored by Nautical Sewing Bimini Boat Upholstery, located on Placida Road, giving a great look to your boat. And Bob, a little update here on the weather department.
Yeah, just got an update from the National Weather Service out of Tampa. Small craft advisories are now in effect for coastal waters, Englewood included, through tonight and tomorrow morning. They say to the morning, which is good. That means that more than likely the winds will be letting up somewhat by midday tomorrow when the World Championships take place at noon. But it looks like the waves could still be a little bit high because it takes for a while for those to come down. But right now they're calling for 6 to 8 foot waves tonight and tomorrow morning.
Wow. As we see Ryan Beckley and Cape Hayes Marine make his way around, I noticed on the back stretch as Chris Schoenbaum and the Smart Marine boat was trying to run him down, they had to pull that boat completely back to a stop again. And I'm, like I said, I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that they're having a guardian issue again with that boat, and they're having to reset it, which means they basically got to bring the boat to a stop and shut the motors off and refire them. And Ryan's almost got a full straightaway lead on him now, barring any problems. He's definitely going to run away with your win today in cat outboard class. I did get a text in just a moment ago from Michael Donahue back in Missouri that Jay Mueller is throttling the Batman boat and will be throttling the CRC boat later on. That's a boat I did not mention earlier that will be in our unlimited class, and they also competed last week in Key West. They are very capable of running 135 to 150 through these conditions out here, and they have an experienced crew in there, and Jay is not afraid of rough water, so they are going to have a ride coming up. They're a 48-footer. The Envy boat's a 50-footer. The small boat in the class is going to be Alex and Annie. She's a 40-footer. All those boats are capable of top speeds of around 180 or better. We won't see any of that today with these conditions, but we'll probably see 125 to 140 in the conditions that we have now.
Still pretty fast, absolutely.
Very, very fast. As we see the McDonald's I'm Loving It V1 fountain powerboat make its way down in front of the broadcast booth. Just listen to those V8 just roar in the background. Just don't even need to say anything. You can just listen.
Guys, I want to thank our title sponsor of our 2016 Englewood Beach Waterfest, Cricket Wireless of Englewood, with plans starting at $30, giving you something to smile about. That's Cricket Wireless. And the bat boat in Class 2. This, I believe, is lap 9 for Elliott Gray.
Just cruising along. The bat boat just having a good day out there today, I tell you that.
Absolutely. Got a text in from Kevin Piles, the media marketing manager of Second Amendment. They had a overheating problem on their starboard engine. It was running a little hot, so since they are running unopposed, they saved the equipment so they can come back out tomorrow and took the boat in a little bit early. But could be something as simple as some seagrass in the strainer or an impeller out or something obviously much more complicated. But those guys are very resourceful. I'm sure whatever it is they'll have fixed by tomorrow and be back out here. They love to race, and they don't even care if there's another boat in the class. They just love to be out here and put on a show for the crowds and the fans, and you can bet they'll work all night to get that boat fixed to do it with Second Amendment.
And when I talked to Jimmy Cassini yesterday, he said that's his addiction. He loves to be out there racing. It doesn't matter. He loves the thrill of it, and there's nothing like it. Being out there going that fast on these waters is just great.
It really is, and I've gotten to run and race in several different classes of boats, and a good friend of mine, Win Farnsworth, let me take the wheel of his boat this summer on an attempt to go 200 on the water, and we got up to 197, and don't get me wrong, that was a rush. That was a major rush.
Yeah, I would say so.
The rush these guys, as we watch Ryan Beckley, the rush these guys are getting in these outboard catamarans or any of these boats here today is equal to that. It is heart-pounding. I know a lot of new and rookie racers that raced last week in Key West that I'm good friends with. There is nothing like coming into turn one at even 60 or 70 mile an hour with a half a dozen boats.
Guys, we see the big toy storage and sales center leaderboard up there in the Super V Light with, again, V1, which was up, is now the I'm Loving It boat. And running 1 with Strictly Business, still running 2. That's in the Super Vs. As it looks like a win for Smitty in the I'm Loving It boat. And again, it was the Was Up boat, and it's a boat that is a defending national champion. So,
right,
certainly no surprise there, fellas.
As we mentioned earlier, this is a two-race points race for a world championship, and even though Strictly Business went out early, it does not take them out of contention for tomorrow, because that same fate could happen to Smitty tomorrow.
Gotcha.
So it's first and foremost based on finishing position. So hypothetically, if each boat had a first and a second, then it would go to distance traveled. So even if Smitty loses tomorrow, but he finishes the whole race, hands down he's going to win. But if he goes out early with a mechanical issue, that could bring Strictly Business right into the hunt again. So it's not down and out yet. So they're definitely going to come back and try real hard to put on a show.
Guys, here we go. This is the last lap in the Super Stock, and it looks like Cape Hayes Marine. And again, we continue to show you our big toy storage and sales center leaderboard. It looks like Cape Hayes Marine is going to take it in a race, Shano. A little adversity, but they've answered the bell.
Absolutely. Chris Schoenbaum, the Smart Marine boat, they put on a great show for the first half of the race, and it just, like I said, I don't want to speak out of turn, but I'm pretty sure based on how the boat was responding on the track, they were having Guardian issues again. But before that, they were really putting on a battle, swapping leads 2 and 3 times a lap between Smart Marine and Cape Hayes Marine. And then the Specialty Marine boat with Lee Austin, I don't see her coming back around, so he may have had an issue somewhere on the course. Like you said, Brendan, it looks like Cape Hayes Marine, Ryan Beckley, and Tanner Lewis are going to run away with first place honors today in the Cat Outboard class.
I believe that, if not the last lap for the Bad Boat. And again, we're getting some conflicting info that Bad Boat and
Second
Amendment are in the same class.
Definitely not impossible. What they would probably have to do I shouldn't say probably, what they would need to do to make that happen is Bat Boat would have to agree to go down to the slower speed, which I believe the top speed in Second Amendment is 95. I believe that's where they're governed at for P2. So if Elliott would have agreed to go down to that.
I'm not sure that's the case then, because he's been
going a lot faster than 95.
He's been going a lot faster than that.
Definitely for sure. So if indeed they are in the same class, it could happen. With Second Amendment breaking, but Elliott breaking out, that would still give Second Amendment the overall win in the class, if indeed they are running together.
I want to thank some of our great looks we're getting from our cameras today. Amy Sendel of Keller Williams Realty Gold, your favorite hometown realtor, on camera 1. And we'll shout out to camera 2 here in a little bit as well. But just some phenomenal looks all around the course. Of course, our great media partners, our great sponsors. We've been able to put on a heck of an event. And again, there's still one race to go, fellas, and fingers crossed that we're going to be able to get some of it in on our television window today up until 3 o'clock Eastern.
Yeah.
But we're back tomorrow. And again, another look at that. Do we think the wind backs off tomorrow, Bob?
It's great you led into that. I was just going to say, the winds are expected to come down tomorrow night, 10 to 15 knots. So if I see that, I'm indicating that it's more than likely going to be okay as far as the wind goes for the noon shot. But as far as the waves go, I still think they're going to be fairly high. 4 or 5 footers would not be out of the question at this point.
Bad Boat 1, Second Amendment 2. That's final unofficial into our BK Toolboxes and Accessories broadcast booth. We step aside, final hour of the 2016 Englewood Waterfest. Day 1, back after this.
Back inside live, the BK Toolboxes and Accessories broadcast booth. Brendan Matthews, Shane Sherman, and ABC 7 meteorologist Bob Harrigan with us live as race number 3 is wrapping up behind us. Unofficial final, Bad Boat, your winner in Class 2. Unofficial final there in the Super Stocks, Shane, with the Cape Hayes Marine coming away with a win, we do believe.
Absolutely, that was the unofficial results that we've gotten in right now. That's how it appears to be on our vantage point from the broadcast booth. So hats off to Elliot and Jay in the Bat Boat, and Ryan and Tanner in the Cape Hayes Marine boat.
And our last heat of this race is making their way towards turn 3 right now, which will wrap up this this final race.
Should be Chris Schoenbaum in the Smart Marine boat, and it looks to be Lee Austin in the Specialty Marine boat. Actually, you know what? That may be Ryan and Tanner in the Cape Hayes Marine. I believe it is. Yeah, as it comes into sight, that's definitely the skater of Ryan Beckley and Tanner in there and making their way up the back stretch. I don't know if this is their final lap or if they're just actually heading back to the crane.
They may be heading back.
Yeah,
we got word that it was final unofficial for Cape Hayes and the win there in the Super Stocks. And of course in the Super V's, big shout out there to Smitty and what he was able to do in the I'm Loving It boat, Shane, and a real dominating performance for the defending national champion.
Absolutely, he had the boat in perfect trim all day. The fountains do an excellent job in smooth and rough water. And Smitty had that boat just skipping right across the wave tops. Definitely would have done Reggie Fountain proud to watch that boat perform out here today. She just was in perfect trim, did everything that she was supposed to do, walked away with a victory, and just, if you got to watch the boat today, that's what you want your V-bottom to look like as she's running through rough water in both. That's what I like about here. You get to see the boat perform in a following and a head sea, and watch how the drivers and throttlemen have to adapt to those two changing conditions. And the guys inside of the McDonald's I'm Loving It boat did an excellent job of just keeping that boat skipping across the top of the waves.
He's still running it, though, right here. They're still running it right in front of us.
They're running around some more. Ryan Beckley making another lap around the track. So, we won't complain as long as we got some racing action going on in the course, and watching them boats fly around is wow. As Chris Schoenbaum just caught a little flyer on the backstretch, and another one out there again. It's deceiving. We're calling it as rough water from up here on our broadcast booth, and we're probably, what are we, about 4 stories up here in the penthouse at the Wannabe Inn. So, from our vantage point, we're looking down, and it looks rough. I promise you, from eye level, water level down there, them waves look twice as big as they do from up here, and that's what those guys are seeing out there on the water. And as we watch the boats fly through the air as they're coming around this course, that's definitely indicative of how rough that water is. Wow. As Chris catches another flyer making his way into turn 3.
Yeah, we got a final unofficial right now. What's up on the Super V Light? They won, and second final unofficial is Strictly Business number 2 at this point. What's Up boat is the other one that you guys were talking about.
The McDonald's I'm Loving It boat.
Right.
Yep, the McDonald's
with
Smitty in there.
Great new look to that boat. Fellas, you mentioned up here high atop the Wannabe Inn, and what a tremendous look. Second year in a row that we've done the broadcast from here, and there's not a better broadcast booth in America than where we're at right now. And we mentioned all the great camera angles we've gotten on camera too. That's presented to you by Leslie Brown, PA of Keller Williams Realty Gold, the realtor you need to call, as we emanate here live from the sun coast of Florida, looking out into the Gulf of Mexico. It's just a tremendous look. Saw a phenomenal sunset last night, and probably in store for another one tonight.
That's what it's all about. Do you think about the people are all freezing now? You got snow falling up in the Great Lakes. You got the lake effect snow. You got 32 degrees in Atlanta tomorrow morning. Here we are. Beautiful. Nice breeze coming in off the Gulf, and temperatures in the upper 70s.
I was going to go back to Missouri for Thanksgiving, but I had a turkey sandwich earlier. I think that'll suffice. I think I'm just going to stay down here in Florida. I'll call everybody at home, tell them happy Thanksgiving, enjoy the cold weather. I'll see y'all come May.
There you go.
Our lake race, June 1st to the 4th at lake race. I don't see no sense in going earlier than that.
No, absolutely.
So just stay down here and enjoy Florida. But, just from where we're standing at our broadcast booth, we've got palm trees swaying in the breeze. We've got beautiful beaches. We've got a little bit of water lapping up on the beach. all the beachgoers out there enjoying it. We've got barbecue, we've got boat racing, sun on our face. I mean, you know, what a great time to just be here and enjoy.
And what I like about it really is that, you know, we have races as well in Sarasota off Lido during the summer. But, you know, in the summer in Florida, it can be a little bit hot.
Yes.
This is absolutely perfect weather in November, usually very nice, and it is like that today.
We're high atop the Wannabe in here, our broadcast booth. We were down at the Coco Kai Resort last night where we saw that tremendous sunset. So a lot of folks taking great care of us here and our broadcast booth. Right now, we mentioned Miss Geico, not part of the festivities this weekend. And our very own John Roger caught up with Scotty Begovic and they kind of break down what is going down with the Miss Geico team right now. Let's throw it over to John.
Thanks, Brendan. We had a chance to sit down with the team from Miss Geico, and Scott Begovic is with us right now. You know, we got a lot to talk about. First, obviously, it's great to have you here at the event for Englewood again. We've been a big part of it the last couple of years, and a big part of all the things that we do in powerboat racing, but it comes on a note of not so much fun. You had a pretty decent crash down in Key West last weekend. Why don't you start by telling us what happened to the boat?
Well, the boat was running great, and we were in it to win it. All we had to do is win. It was winner take all on Sunday, and coming around the first lap, we hit, I guess, a rogue wave. The boat went up in the air, tripped, and when it tripped and then stuffed in, just pretty much ripped the back side of the boat and corner of the boat off, and next thing you know, we go from racing to win to trying to stay afloat.
It's no fun, but we're glad that everything was okay. You guys made it okay. There was no incident that you could be in trouble, or if you had any issues that were, you know, as serious as we've seen in the past down in the Keys. So it's good to see you're here. But you're able to make it out to the Englewood race with a different boat. Tell us what you've got here today.
We've got our cigarette here today, and this is our VIP boat. It's still got 1,100 horsepower. It's not a slow boat. It's not the Miss Geico, but it's a really fast, fun boat. And we just brought it out to give the press and give the VIPs rides. And we also got our little P1 outboard boat here that's actually going to race. It's a little 28-foot boat with a single outboard. And, you know, so we're here putting on somewhat of a show. The big girl's not here, and unfortunately she's getting fixed, but she'll be ready for next year.
And speaking of next year, I mean, plans already underway for the next season with OPA and all the races that you're going to be involved with. It seems like you think you get a break when you get into wintertime, but you really don't. You start preparing for the next year.
Actually, we get busier in the winter. We do 23 boat shows all over the country, and at some points we're at boat shows in 3 different corners of the country at the same weekend. We'll be in Atlanta, Miami, and Minnesota all in one weekend. So we get busier in the off-season of racing.
That's fantastic that you can continue to be involved in so many things. And Miss Geico, obviously, one of our favorites to talk to, a chance to get to sit down with you guys. And we hope you have a fantastic weekend here. Enjoy some time off, maybe a little bit to relax and enjoy the races.
Yeah, I get to watch everybody race instead of being, you know, I'm usually watching out of a window this big. And
a little different,
everybody
right?
else. Now it's sitting on the beach and watching it. It's a lot better. Hey, this is a great event. It's a great place. The town has accepted this race, and the fans, I've ran into some in the pits. They're becoming educated fans. I talked to a guy this morning, never saw a boat race before 3 years ago. He showed up in Englewood. Now he knows everything about everything. He knows about the crash. He follows us. So it's really awesome to see that. It's great for the sport, and it's great for Englewood.
That's fantastic, Scott. Thanks for joining us here. And, well, we got a lot more to talk about. We'll be talking the next 3 hours with all the drivers in the pits. Back to you, Brendan.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Scotty. That interview is presented to you by a little driver info, presented to you by West Coast Fiber and Recon Skiffs, located on Placida Road, fixing boats and building them as well. Brendan Matthews, Shane Sherman, and ABC7 meteorologist Bob Harrigan with us inside the BK Toolboxes and Accessories broadcast booth, the final half hour of our broadcast window before we say goodbye at 3 o'clock. And it looks like we'll miss the lion's share of the unlimited class today.
Yeah, I'm guessing we're probably going to get the start, maybe 1 or 2 laps in our broadcast before we go off of the air. But we'll definitely have all the follow-up tomorrow as to how the unlimited's finished.
I am being told in the back we might have a little run over time. Guys, how much run over time do we have again? There we go. I think we'll be able to fill it. I think we're going to be able to get the last race in. We'll have a little spillover time after 3 o'clock Eastern to get the final big race in, the unlimited class. As you said, Shano, run what you brung and hope you brung enough.
Yeah, and I think I see one of our competitors. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess it to be the Alex and Andy boat making its way down to the course now. Quite a bit of roost out there, and just doing a little playing out there near the milling area before we get underway in Unlimited. And when those boys turn these boats loose, you know, I'm going to say it's going to be a toss-up between Envy and CRC coming into turn 1. That's going to be your battle coming into turn 1 is my prediction, my early prediction. And that's what I'm going to go on a limb with. I felt pretty lucky after forecasting the Cape Hayes victory. So if I get 2 for 2 here in the races, I'll be at the gas station tonight buying lottery tickets. So
love it. I think we're looking at some great beauty shots too. You guys were talking. I was just watching and just kind of mesmerized. We got a shot from the boat. We got a shot from the beach. We got a shot high top here as well to want to be in. And R.J. Labadie Construction Incorporated too. Actually,
that shot we just showed looked like the Envy boat. It's hard to tell with the sun the way it is. I'm pretty sure that's Team Envy, a 50-foot Mystic catamaran with 1650 Mercury racing engines.
Wow. 50-footer, that's amazing.
The boat that I alluded to earlier that I drove 197, same hull. However, the one I had driven had helicopter turbines. That hull has been 244 miles an hour in competition.
Is that right? Yeah.
The boat's very capable of extremely high speeds. We won't see anything like that with the sea conditions that we have, but you know that boat is very capable of running in the 125 to 140 range in the conditions that we have
and
here
you can get a look at the conditions right there by that camera shot.
Yeah.
So take a look at that. Just bouncing up and down right there. We've got a small craft advisory in effect. 4 coastal waters here in Englewood. Seas running up to about 6 to 8 feet. Expected to build that high through the night. Hopefully everything will calm down a little bit by midday tomorrow for the World Championships.
So as the classes get ready to come out on the course, what we're looking at here, Team Envy competed last week in Key West. Team CRC competed last week in Key West. So both of those teams have got 3 days of seat time in smooth and semi-rough water just as recently as a week ago. Alex and Annie have not been on the course for a while, so they're going to be a little bit of a disadvantage for 2 reasons. 1, they don't have any seat time recently, and 2, they have the smallest boat in the class. So that's going to be a disadvantage to them with the sea conditions we have right now.
The bigger the boat, the more they can handle. That
Absolutely.
Makes sense, right?
So if you've seen how effortlessly the Bat boat was cruising across those waves in the last heat, you're going to see Team Envy cruise across those waves equally as effortless, but at about 30 or 40 mile an hour faster.
Is that right? Wow.
Yeah.
That makes a big difference in it.
Yeah, you'll see her catch, you know, CRC and Envy, they're definitely going to be flying. You're going to see some air underneath those boats for sure, just because the speeds they're going to be running and the conditions that we have, there's no way to avoid it. But they're perfectly capable of running, like I said, 120-ish to 140-ish in these conditions without even breaking a sweat.
Guys, this hour of the Waterfest is brought to you by your locally owned hometown Sears in Englewood. And I think we're going to head back down to the pits area right now where John Roker is standing by with another special interview. Hello, John.
Thanks, Brendan. We're back here in the pits at the 2016 Englewood Beach Waterfest with the Cisco Kid. I think that's what they call you. What's your real name?
Kevin Congdon out of Philadelphia.
Kevin, it's so great to talk to you here today. We appreciate you joining us here at the Waterfest event. And tell us a little bit about this boat. I understand you're the owner.
I am. I enjoy it. I've got a great team. My throttleman is out of Richmond, Virginia. My driver is out of West Islip, New York. My son also drives. He's with me out of the Philadelphia area. And we've been doing it now for 3 years.
So about the boat itself, what kind of boat are we looking at here?
This is a 30-foot superboat. These are made out of West Islip in New York, and it's designed for racing. It's a great pleasure boat too, but in this capacity, it stays on the trailer unless it's racing. It's a 7-foot beam, 30 feet wide, Chevy big block powered, and we'll get out there. We'll be doing 75 feet in 5-6 foot surf.
Whew. What got you interested in wanting to race power boats in the first place?
You know, you just hear the noise out on the beach, you turn around, and I just got captivated by it. I wanted to be part of it.
And this boat in particular, do you follow all the series, or do you do certain series, or?
You know, it depends how active you want to be. We've started the season in Missouri. We've gone up to Detroit, Canada, races down around the New Jersey, Virginia area, and we end the season down here in Englewood. We love it down here.
That's fantastic. Well, all your friends from the lake are watching the broadcast, and of course our friends from Englewood are watching the broadcast, so it's great to have you starting with us and ending with us here this weekend. So we wish you guys best of luck, and hopefully some wins come out of it.
Thanks very much. The people here have been tremendous. The hospitality is great, so we look forward to it. We hope to be back next year.
All right. Well, thank you so much. We appreciate it. We're live down here in the pits, the Cisco Kid and the Cisco boats. We'll send it back up to you in the studio, Brendan. I'm John Roger reporting live for the 2016 Englewood Beach Waterfest.
Thank you, John. Thanks to the Cisco Kid as well. It is the 2016 Waterfest, and it's brought to you by Cricket Wireless. We're back here, leading you up to the final race after this. Cricket Wireless brings you the 2016 Englewood Beach Waterfest, and you are looking live out on the water right now to give you a bit of an indicator of the waves, of the wind. Rocky out there, fellas.
Yes, it is. As you watch the catamarans and V-bomb, there goes our yellow flag. So we're going to see a parade lap here very shortly as looks like that Nortec Pace boat's given the yellow flag for the unlimited class. And Boostane is one of our boats in here today. She's an older 40-foot skater and extremely capable rough water boat. Cannot count her out in this. She's probably given up 15 or 20 years of age to some of these newer boats, but she is an animal in rough water, so we cannot count her out at all. You got to kind of automatically lean towards the big boat of Envy being able to calm the seas the best, but they don't do a lot of racing in Envy, so attrition could be a factor for that boat. And as we watch Team Envy making her way in front of our broadcast booth right now, just on the parade lap. Team CRC with with Jay Mueller and Mike DeFries. And we've got Chris Cox. I'm not sure who is throttling for Chris in the Envy boat. And we should have, there we go. Here comes the 79 40-foot skater.
Yeah, there it is.
Of the Boostane team. She is a plenty capable rough water boat.
Wicked Sensation.
Counted out. Wicked Sensation. Okay.
Currently running 4th in the national points standings heading into today.
And again, they do a little parade lap first, and then they're going to line up and make sure that they're all kind of even up, and then they give the go ahead.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. So they'll do a full lap. They'll come back down here, come off plane, get in a milling group, start again. And depending on how they're lined up, we've seen anything from an immediate green flag today to him running them all the way down the beach past the start-finish line before giving them a green flag because they wouldn't get in position properly.
Yeah.
And it's at the discretion of the starter on that pace boat that you're seeing on our screen right now. He's controlling them. Whenever he can hold that yellow flag for as long as he wants till he feels everybody's in a fair position to get a good clean start and then throw the green flag. So it's interesting to see how long he holds them to make sure, what a lot of guys will try to do is hide in a rooster tail and kind of sneak up on the outside and put a rooster tail between the pace boat and themselves and get a little slingshot at it.
Any advantage they can get, right?
Anything they can get, they're going to try. And the guys in the start boats have done a great job today of avoiding all that. They've gotten some really good, clean starts in every class of racing today.
Yeah, I saw them earlier, the first race, in fact, do that. Where they went around. I thought maybe the race had started, and they said no, and then they kind of stopped over there, and then they took off from turn 4 and just straight away, yeah.
So 3 boats. Gentlemen, 3 boats in this extreme class. We've got the Alex and Annie boat. We've got Wicked Sensation. Got Team CRC. Am I missing one?
You mentioned Alex and Annie, but I did not see them come by on the parade lap. I'm going to sneak out in the wind here for a second, excuse the wind noise, and see if I can see them anywhere.
As I was coming back.
Right.
Here we go. Yep, they're making their way into the course right now. They just came out of the inlet, and I would guess it looks like maybe he's going to go ahead and try to run a parade lap, or maybe he's going to hold in the milling.
And then they would represent the 4th boat then.
Correct. Yeah. So we're going to have 4 unlimited Supercats out there.
Team Envy, I believe, is who I forgot.
Now, is that an advantage or not? I mean, he's not going to run that parade lap. He's got more fuel on, more than the other boats now as well. And does that matter? The engines aren't as warmed up. I mean, how does that go? Is there anything truth to that?
We've got a pretty long idle here from the crane out to the course, so he's got plenty of time to get heat in the motors.
Right.
On the parade lap, them guys are probably going to suck down 10 gallons of fuel, so about 70 pounds of weight. So, with the sea conditions we have, that 70 pounds isn't going to make a difference at all in the size of the boats that we're talking about.
Good to know. You never know as far as the advantage goes. You're saying that the
now a mental, a possum game, a mind game, absolutely. It'll mess. Well, why didn't he do it? Why didn't he do it? Why didn't?
Right.
And that'll play on their heads the whole way. So Jimmy may be down there just playing possum with them.
Yeah, I saw them actually taking off from the Englewood Beach, and I figured they would be in it. When I was bringing the barbecue up here, I said, okay, they're going to race, and looking forward to this big race right now coming up.
So how do you handicap this one, Shano?
I think overall, CRC is going to be our winner. They've got the most experience in the boat. I don't know how much experience they have as a team together. I don't know if Jay and Mike have ever ran together before, but they both have extensive experience in a lot of different boats. So I look for them to be first. I look for Team Envy to be second. And I think we're going to probably lose 1 boat to attrition. So I think it's a toss-up who's going to finish 3rd and 4th.
Copy that. Well, folks, we are just about ready to get into our final race of the day and the final few moments of our coverage. And of course, we're back tomorrow. And Bob, we look forward to ABC 7, my Suncoast, getting ready to join us on the final day of the World Championships.
Yeah, and everyone watching live streaming right now, if you don't know it, I'm the chief meteorologist here at ABC 7, and I've been enthusiastic about boats and offshore racing since they started back in 1985, really, at Sarasota and the coastal waters there, and it's grown bigger and bigger each and every year, and it's a lot of fun. And Englewood is taking a part of this, and that's great for Englewood as well.
Absolutely. That's Bob Harrigan, Shane Sherman. I'm Brendan Matthews. We step aside. Our final break to get you into the race next right after this. Coming up on the top of the hour, the Sun Coast, Englewood Beach, Florida, in the 2016 Waterfest. Our broadcast is presented to you by Cricket Wireless of Englewood, with plans starting at $30, giving you something to smile about. Brendan Matthews, Shane Sherman, ABC 7 meteorologist Bob Harrigan. We are live inside the BK Toolboxes and Accessories broadcast booth. Parade lap in the books, and we are about ready for the start of our last race. And actually now we've got a 5 count of boats, Shano.
4.
Are you sure?
And speaking of something to smile about, Brendan, let's smile about some horsepower, because it's coming. Green flag, green flag, green flag. Here we go. Team CRC out to a quick lead, and Team Envy coming up fast. Alex and Annie still not even on plane yet. They're definitely having some trouble in that boat. They are not going to be happy about that. They were sleeping at the start for sure. They're up on plane now, but Envy and CRC putting on a show, coming down in front of the spectators. This is going to be a good run. And I just got some photos from one of our lake race competitors, Michael Donahue, and wow, look at Alex and Annie go by now. They are not happy about being asleep at the start. They are moving down through there.
They sure are.
But Michael sent me some photos. Apparently the Wicked Sensation boat had a little bit of a rough ride getting to Englewood. I seen a photo of the truck and rig jackknife the boat off the back of the truck on the side of the interstate somewhere from their hometown and Englewood. So they had a wild ride before they ever got to Englewood.
Yeah, I'd say.
And as we see coming down into turn 1 right now is CRC and Envy running side by side. It looks like CRC's got the inside track and about a rooster tail lead over Envy as they make their way through 1 and 2. And when they start coming up this back stretch and stretching it out a little bit and getting a taste for these following C's, we're going to see some flying going on, because they're both watching for the other one. You know, right now Envy's watching to see the flyers that CRC is going to take.
Deck to deck here, Shano.
Yeah, they are And they're moving. I mean, they're probably running 115, 120.
Making their way towards turn 3, lap number 1 of our final race of the day.
And that big Mystic Catamaran muscling on by, that MTI on the backstretch, and boy, is he laying it down right now. Team Envy just stretching it out. Look at that thing strut.
They just got some good air, too.
Oh, man, she is just marching off right now. She's got to be running close to 140 miles an hour, just laying it down out there in that Mystic.
They were deck to deck, not any longer. Wow.
No, Envy's got a good 100-yard lead now over CRC.
Look
and
how
just
sleek that boat looks.
Yeah,
It's
it's
racing
just
right through that
moving. Yeah, that was a pretty massive display of dominance coming up the backstretch by Team Envy right there. They really laid down some horsepower coming up through that stretch of the track, and running a little wide on their turn. You know, definitely CRC's got the advantage as far as turning goes. But Envy able to carry a little more speed, and as we watch him come in front of our broadcast booth, watch this thing take off. It is like a missile. That Mystic Catamaran just laid down perfectly and just skipping across the top of the waves effortlessly.
CRC not to be denied either, though. They're right there with them.
They're right there. You know, they're within a rooster tail. I mean, it's less than a second or a second and a half difference, but Envy's in the catbird seat right now. Everybody is chasing her and coming up in third. Alex and Annie.
Yeah, Alex and Annie made a nice
look at that,
and it got some real air heading towards turn 3 a second ago, and that would put Wicked Sensation right now running 4. But lap 1 just about completely in the books, and our 2 front runners on lap 2 as we speak.
So a little bit of the trash talking coming into the race between Team Envy and Alex and Annie. You know, not going to get to see it play out on the race course because Alex and Annie got a horrible start. They just, I don't know if they had an issue in the boat or just were asleep at the wheel or what, but they just. You know,
Bob was speculating. Bob was speculating there at the start about them not making the parade lap. I don't know if that would have made an impact or not for the slow start.
Brandon, you brought it up earlier too, though. You know, you still got to count laps. This isn't all computerized. You know, maybe they didn't see it. Maybe they just weren't up to speed on it yet. You know, you never know.
All right, so making their way around.
Team Envy just stretching it out right now over Team CRC. And that can't be accurate.
I don't think so.
Now, from our vantage point here at the broadcast booth, Alex and Annie just now exiting turn 2, and Envy and CRC about halfway up the backstretch.
Yeah, we're getting word that I don't think that's necessarily correct.
CRC
here comes
was last and second.
Here comes Envy 1.
Not impossible that they could have missed a buoy or something down there. Probably not likely, but. Wow, Team Envy making it look easy out there right now.
It's amazing when it goes by like that.
Yeah, it's not even flying out here in these waves and just marching down through there.
Pictures tell you Envy and CRC 1-2. We're getting from the officials that Alex Ani currently in 2. We'll see if that straightens itself out, or again, as Shane mentioned, maybe they missed a buoy. Maybe there's a penalty somewhere along the way. We'll have to wait and see. But there's no doubt that Envy right now running 1 as they wrap up lap number 2.
Absolutely. Just making it look like they're out for a Sunday cruise. It just looks easy for them right now. It just, they're not even trying real hard in that Mystic. Yeah, whatever they didn't find in Key West, they found somewhere as they crossed the state because they've got it figured out now.
Here's a look at Wicked Sensation right now running 4. That's one thing we know for sure. We know Wicked Sensation is definitely 4. We know Envy is definitely 1. Now we have Team CRC officially running number 2. So that does what we see with our eyes matching with what the officials are seeing as well. So everything is a little more copacetic with 1 and 2.
Yeah, it looks like Alex and Annie have decided, you know, they're running a nice, safe, conservative race. They know they're not going to catch the leaders unless something happens, and if something happens,
but that comes to the attrition department there.
Exactly.
You just got to keep.
So
they're going to stay out there.
Save their equipment now. If something happens to the leaders, they're going to be on top of them in 9 or 10 seconds anyway, and overtake the position. But no sense in breaking the equipment, you know, trying to chase them down because it's most likely not going to happen.
And they had a couple good laps too that they aired it out, so they're good to go. They know the engines are running smoothly, and so why not save it for the whatever happens out in front of them?
Exactly. Attrition, a missed buoy, any of that stuff can happen. It's what lap are we on now? About 4, I believe.
This is 3.
This is 3. So 7 more laps of racing. Are we
yes,
10
laps.
Okay.
I got to tell you, interviewing Jimmy too, the throttle guy for Alex and Ani, he's a great guy.
Yeah.
What a great interview
He's
he
a character.
was, last night.
Yeah, as we see Team Envy, she caught a little flyer there, but made it look easy again. Just
that seems to be the area where some of these teams are catching a little bit of air heading towards turn 3.
Yeah, about a little over halfway up the backstretch, there seems to be a hole out there that they're kissing off the top of.
What I like about the Alex and Ani book is that you can actually read it. I mean, you know what I'm saying? A lot of these boats, sometimes you have a hard time reading it, but they make sure you know, hey, it's their boat out there. This is cool right here. Look at this.
So this is Envy, which is going to lap the Wicked Sensation boat. Boy, they can really floor it heading down the straightaway here and really starting to distance themselves from Team CRC. I mean, really creating some distance now, Shano.
Yeah, they're making it look easy out there right now. They're in a position where they can pull it back, run about 85-90% throttle, and conserve the conserve the equipment, and hopefully guarantee themselves a first place and not have to lean on the boat real hard. They not quite a full straightaway, but I'd say by the next lap they'll have a full straightaway over a second place CRC boat.
That rooster tail on the CRC boat seems to be a little higher and a little longer than the other ones too, as it goes by anyway.
If I'm not mistaken, CRC is a number 8 stern drive boat. Envy is a surface drive boat, and I believe Alex and Ani is a number 6 surface drive boat, and I think Wicked Sensation is an Arneson boat. So all different drive packages, whether it be an outboard or a shaft drive boat, and then also a shaft drive with a rudder versus a steerable shaft drive. So all different propulsion on the 4 boats that we have out there right now, which will affect how that roost looks coming off the back of the boat.
Oh, right in front of
Right in front of the broadcast booth. He got a little, Alex and Andy got her a little loose, and he's got her tucked in. I mean, we got a good look at the drives when he aired it out there. He's not flying the boat real high, so that'll give you an indication of how rough it is out here. It's throwing that 40-footer around like she's a toy.
Alex and Ani currently running 3. There's the Wicked Sensation boat running 4. Here comes Team. Look at that. I think it's Team Envy running
up the back stretch. Yep, just making it look easy.
All the spectators there at Englewood Beach getting a great show too.
Oh, man, hardly ever.
Shoulder to shoulder, is 8 deep from the water up through the beach. I mean, it was packed down there just about an hour ago.
Well, I can tell you one thing. If you're looking for a drink in town tonight and Chris Cox ends up winning this race, you better get out to the bar early, because he is going to have one heck of a party if Team Envy comes in first today. So, he's not one shy about celebrating.
He'll
so
be
it's going to be a
about
good party tonight in Englewood. I can assure you, if Chris ends up in first place, which he's got a demanding lead over second place right now, and he's taking it easy through the turns. He's being conservative. He's running a very smart race, and God, just look at that thing muscle on. It just
I tell you what, gentlemen,
that's just a pretty sight right there.
There aren't many sports where the national championship is the appetizer for the next day.
No, not at all.
That, right?
Not
World
at all.
Championships coming up tomorrow. Loving it, as they might say.
Yes, exactly. I'm loving it. I'm loving
4
it.
laps now in the books for Team Envy, as they have opened up a considerable lead over the CRC boat and the Alex and Ani boat, which is running 3rd.
I haven't put a stopwatch on it yet, Brendan, but these boys seem to be making the 6-mile course seem a little short, because they're clicking off these laps like it's nothing. CRC comfortably in second place. Again, no reason for them to stretch out their equipment. So what we're looking at right now is more of a smart race than a fast race in Unlimited, because where everybody's positioned at right now, most likely they can't catch the guy in front of them. The conditions just aren't going to allow them to stretch the boats out hard enough to do that. So now they're all in a strategy race. They're like, okay, I can pull back a little bit, I can finish a race. Here's where I'm going to go coming into tomorrow, which is an unknown. We don't, obviously we know the forecast and predictions, of what tomorrow's going to bring. But until race day starts, we don't really know what the water conditions are going to be. So these guys are all thinking right now, okay, let's finish the race out. Let's keep our equipment in one piece, keep ourselves in one piece, and we'll race tomorrow for the World Finals, because stretching your boat out right now based on the distance between first, second, and third place just doesn't make good sense, because they're not going to run down the guy in front of them.
But they are fun to watch when they go by.
Oh, boy.
The Alex and Ani boat heading towards start-finish right now, running third.
Now, that being said, the only thing I can see shaping up right now is, I assure you, Chris Cox would love nothing more than to put a lap on Alex and Ani. And he's about halfway there
he
right
is
now.
halfway there.
He would have a heyday with that in social media if he puts a lap on them guys. And I can assure you, Alex and Ani will run that boat to the ragged edge to keep it from happening. So
it's suddenly in play right
yes,
now.
Yes, it is. They are within a straightaway of each
Team
other
Envy
now.
is getting ready to make their turn around 4.
They are already out of 4. Alex and Ani hasn't even made it to 1 yet, so they are within a straightaway of putting a lap on Alex and Ani. And I promise you, whoever's on the shore is telling them that, because I don't see Envy slowing down a whole lot. So she's on a mission right now. She's got a silver boat in her gun sights, and she is hunting. And that'll make for some fun racing if them two get side by side.
Oh, you better believe
They won't care if there's a lap in between them or not. It will be on.
That's halfway home for Team Envy.
And now, right now, Alex and Ani is getting their first taste of how close Team Envy is to doing that to them, because they can see them. They can see them guys coming down that front stretch as they just make their way out of turn 2, and they're like, oh, wow, this is about to get real. We better kick it up a notch. So we'll see. Keep our cameras out there on Alex and Ani, because you can bet they're going to stretch it out a little bit on this back stretch. They do not want Team Envy getting anywhere within striking distance of putting a lap on them.
Don't lap me. That's right. Don't lap me.
Yeah, they will not be pleased about that, because Chris will never let them hear the end of it.
This is going to be Team CRC reaching concluding lap number 5, which also illustrates how far behind they are of Team Envy right now.
But they're the closest competitor.
They are indeed.
Yeah. Yeah, they're the closest, and they're a half a lap back, if not a little more.
Alex and Ani have lapped the Wicked Sensation boat, and they get ready to hit turn number 3. And
so it looks like Envy is putting about a quarter lap advantage every lap on Alex and Ani, because right now, Alex and Ani just came into turn 3.
He just about cut that short. He just cut that straight ahead.
Yeah. Yep. They definitely know it, and they have her in their gun sights right now. As we see Wicked Sensation, she's coming around slow and wide. Just never really did find her groove out there today. Whether it be engine or prop or something, just never really did find a happy groove for her today.
We do want to give another shout out to our friends back at Lake of the Ozarks in Missouri on Lake TV. They're watching us, and of course we're streaming live on KRMSradio.com, WENGradio.com, brought to you by AquaStack Mat, a floating mat that customizes to your boating lifestyle. And here comes Team Envy. This is wrapping lap number 6. Dominating this event right now.
Just slicing through that wind and waves, man.
She is. I heard a couple little pops out of her.
Too.
It sounded like a rev limiter.
Yeah.
But I did hear a couple little pops as she came by here.
I was wondering if you heard that. I thought I might be hearing things, but I heard a little pop too. You know, we'll be happy about that.
Yeah.
Alex and Ani.
Exactly.
Everyone else behind.
Wow. They are really closing the gap on her hard now. They are just about to turn 1, and Alex and Ani are just now coming out to turn 2. So by the end of this next straightaway,
it's happening.
It's going to get close.
It's happening.
It's going to get close. And what did you say last time by was 7? So 3 more to go, 18 miles. Oh boy, look at Alex and Ani. They are flying that boat high down there, trying to keep some distance between them and Envy, and it's it's like a great white shark coming after, you know, a seal. It's just not a whole lot the seal can do right now.
Our OPA National Championships part of the 2016 Waterfest and brought to you by Cricket Wireless. And the big story now is not, well, at least for the moment, not who will win, but how much Envy will win by, and can they lap their arch rival, Alex and Ani.
Shane, like you were telling me earlier, obviously Alex and Ani, the boat a little smaller and it doesn't handle the waves as good as possibly Team Envy.
Correct. And the other thing that I failed to mention earlier, and I should have, Chris Cox was the previous owner of the Alex and Ani boat.
Oh,
he owned that boat first.
Oh, so he knows the inside.
So he knows that boat. And he sold it to Jimmy and them and built the new Mystic. So there's a whole, and they're hometown buddies and all that good stuff. So there's all kinds of little nitpicking going on about this. And I don't know if Alex and Ani is slowing down to wait up or if they're just taking that. I can't imagine that's the case.
They're going through turn 4, and
Chris
here
is
comes
coming
Team
into
Envy
turn
on
3.
Team 3, yep.
Yeah, there is not a lot of real estate left there now, and Envy senses that, and he is. We'll see. Yeah, he's not cutting it any slack coming out of there. No slack at all. Seeing a little swell blow up here, Bob. We got a nice little set came in here. It's a little bigger than what we've been seeing. Yeah. Yeah, and as we see Envy come by, she's catching a little more air than normal.
Wrapping lap 7.
Yeah,
and again, excuse me, Bob, the running order right now with Team Envy 1, CRC 2, Alex and Ani 3, Wicked Sensation running 4.
And what a great day it is. I mean, here we are in November, boat races right here along the Sun Coast here, west coast of Florida, Englewood, Florida, for the Waterfest 2016. Small craft advisory is in effect, but these boats don't seem to mind. They're not small.
Not at all.
Racing right through it.
Not at all. They're making light work out of this. And it's getting closer. They're in the same turn together now. In the same turn together, Alex and Ani and Envy. So, wow. Yeah, it's he's definitely reeling them in. Definitely reeling them in, and you know now. Chris Cox in the Envy boat is on the same straightaway as CRC, his next closest competitor. So, you know, he's less than 3 miles away from putting a lap on second place.
Take a look at the Wicked Sensation boat running 4th right now.
And Envy is laying it on. She wants to catch her. He just caught a good little flyer coming out of 2 down there, and he's got her in her sights, and he is wanting to make it happen on this backstretch. Look at that boat lay it down. Wow. Here comes CRC out of turn 4 right now, but the action on the course is Envy reeling in Alex and Ani, and Alex and Ani is running for all she is worth. She is trying to stretch that 40-footer for as long as she can stretch her, and Envy is coming on. I mean, there's probably about 300 yards between them now.
Some nice
big air off of Alex and Ani, yeah.
Envy might pass her now before the start finish, boys.
I'm thinking he may have planned to do it right in front of the crowd down there on this stretch. I don't want to go out on a limb and assume, but there might be a little bit of a plan going on here to come roaring by right in front of the biggest section of our spectator fleet down there. And oh, they are within a rooster tail right now. Look out, here we go. It's going to be a drag race coming down the front stretch. If you're on the beach, stop looking at your phone. Pay attention to the boat races, because here we go. Here comes the show.
Oh, look at that.
Great pictures. You're looking live. Alex and Ani trying to stave off Team Envy from lapping.
And I don't think it's going to happen. I think Envy is going to reel
Now they're in the
right
same
now.
shot together.
Here
Look at
we
that.
Go. Look at this. Yeah.
So the folks listening right now, they can listen right there on the beach. You got a heck of a kind of race going on right now. It's more of a mental race than anything.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is all about bragging rights and bar tabs right now. That's all that is right there. And Chris Cox is enjoying every moment of it. And, you know, that's great for him. He built the boat a couple years ago. They struggled with the new engine program and got off to some phenomenal starts, displayed some extremely fast speeds, always had some little gremlin that bit them, and you know, had a great week of racing in Key West. They're off to a great start here in Englewood, so I'm really glad to see Chris seeing some success in his new boat. I can't tell from our vantage point, but did he pass him? Is
I
Envy
think
out
so.
front?
It looks like he may be.
It sure does, yeah. Yep, sure does.
I think.
If he hasn't, he's about to.
That'd be wild to see, though, if Alex and Ani can hold off, you know, from getting lapped. We'll see what happens, if indeed it's happened already. I think it has.
I think it has, too.
Yeah.
The boat out front is just laying it down. That's got to be the big green mystic of Team Envy.
And we're not that far away from Team Envy having a chance to lap Team CRC.
No, not at all.
Quite honestly, although he may run out of laps to do it in.
CRC is really throwing a lot of roost as they're coming in and out of the turns. I'm wondering if they're in a Guardian motor on a reduced power motor or something. They're really struggling to get out of the turns real fast. Or, like I said, they may just be running a smart race and saying, hey, you know what? We know we can't catch him. We know we're going to finish second if we just stay doing what we're doing, and that's fine with us. Yeah, look how much Team Envy has stretched out over Alex and Ani now. He almost looks like he's slowing down, waiting for it again.
Come on, man.
This is going to be wrapping lap number 9 for Team Envy.
So one more time by here, and then taking home the checker.
Making it look easy all day, Team Envy. You're wire-to-wire leader, and if everything goes as right now, going to be your race winner. Alex and Annie did a great race, especially for the smallest boat in the fleet. I shouldn't say smallest, equal in size to Wicked Sensation, but they've got some monster horsepower in the Alex and Annie boat. The boat is very, very fast, but just can't stretch its legs here today in the rough water that we're seeing right now. And we do still have, okay, so another thing we haven't even touched on, attrition has not been a factor yet, knock on wood. All 4 of our super boats are still running right now as we come into what should be, our final lap for Team Envy and 2 laps to go for the rest of the field?
Right. This, by all accounts, final lap for Team Envy, 10th lap. And it is the final lap of our extreme class with NV1 Team CRC 2, but heck, it might even come to the point where Envy comes close to passing Team CRC for a second time.
Yeah, CRC coming up on Wicked Sensation right now. Shouldn't be much of a factor. CRC has a significant amount of speed over them, so they should be able to go around them without any complications at all. And definitely not battling for a position. Wicked Sensation letting them go right by. But might have had to change their line ever so slightly. Shouldn't really affect the boat that much. But Team Envy probably a quarter mile behind Team CRC right now from putting a lap on them. And looks like all the guys are really pulling back and being conservative. Just, you know, they know where they're going to finish right now. Nothing's going to change that, and they're all looking just to get home. Whoa, my Lord. Alex and Annie must have been 9 or 10 feet in the air. Holy moly. Wow.
They love flying it.
Yes, they do.
Speaking of feet, I just got the latest update for the coastal water forecast from the National Weather Service Tampa. They're going 5 to 7 feet through the morning, subsiding in the afternoon, 10 to 15 knots in the afternoon. So 20 knots during the morning, coming down in the afternoon, and seas settling down as well. So the weather looks good, no rain, lots of sunshine.
Would be very good news for tomorrow, and this is very good news for Team Envy as they go through turn 4 with ease and head towards start-finish with a win in today's national championship race, and maybe just a small taste of what's coming up tomorrow in the Worlds.
That'd be great. I'd love to see Team Envy take it home. I actually worked at Mystic while that boat was being built, so watched it go from a whole lot of sanding and rubbing into a running boat, and great to see her running out front. Just got a text message. The guys in the American Outlaw boat are looking for a transmission. They broke a transmission today, so if anybody in the pits can hear it or can help them guys out, you may want to reach out to them and see if you can lend a helping hand so they can get back in competition for tomorrow. As we watch our super boats run down in front of us here for what should be the white flag lap. We should have one more lap out of everybody.
Now I believe that's it for Envy.
Envy should be done. We
Envy's
should
done.
see everybody else come by one more time, and that should wrap everybody up. And
again, it's final unofficial for Envy, not quite final unofficial for Team CRC.
Correct. And, the nice thing, Envy doesn't have to worry about any type of a breakout or anything like that. There really isn't any rules they have to follow. About the only thing that could hinder them right now would be if they missed a marker somewhere on the course, or if they had an overtaking infraction, but they've led wire to wire. I don't see any chance where they ever got close enough to any other boats to even have an issue to be concerned with of having a penalty to deal with. So, it looks like Envy is going to be your race winner today, with CRC in second, and Alex and Annie in third, and Wicked Sensation in fourth.
I want to thank you guys for letting me up in the booth today.
Thank you, Bob. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Shane, thanks a lot, you guys. Great race today. Great call, too.
Absolutely.
Look forward to seeing you at the World Championships tomorrow.
Sounds good, Bob.
That's Bob Harrigan from ABC 7. He'll be back with us tomorrow. Shane Sherman. I'm Brendan Matthews. A cast of thousands here high atop the Wannabe Inn on the Sun Coast of Florida. But don't forget, this is just a small taste of what is heading your way tomorrow. You do not want to miss a second. For Shane Sherman and Bob Harrigan, I'm Brendan Matthews, saying so long for now, and we will welcome you back tomorrow from Englewood Beach Waterfest 2016, presented to you by Cricket Wireless.